or not. So that's one that I'm a little bit confused about. But either way, there's plenty for us to look forward to tonight. And of course, I think next week's show is going to be a best of show. That's the word on the street. Next week, we should be looking at best of show. That's maybe a little bit disappointing. Obviously, we want something next week to really look forward to and get our teeth into. But honestly, reliving some of the best moments of the year, I don't think that'll be too bad. I don't think that's going to be a disaster or anything. It's just not new, fresh content that we would be looking for and hoping for. So, this is our last show before Christmas, of course. It is Christmas on Sunday. So, Merry Christmas if I'm not going to see you before then. I hope you all have a fantastic Christmas. I would imagine most of you will be around for NXT, AEW. Obviously, we're going to be doing something on SmackDown, and I'm sure we'll do some on the Saturday night. I just don't know what it looks like yet. I need to put that down, actually. I need to figure out what we're doing Saturday night, and I don't know what that looks like. It might be a retro watch-along. It might be an old-school watch-along. We might do something along those lines. I really haven't given it any thought. What with the World Cup ending yesterday and that whole thing finishing up, that has obviously dominated things up until this point. So now we've got some free time to do some other stuff. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a weird week this week, to be honest, because it's not really a week for starting like lots of new stuff. Because it's the final week towards Christmas. I sort of feel like now I've got like an eye on next year now. I'm trying to think about what we do next year. And so my mind's kind of going that way. So it might be a bit weird for the next 10 days or so, but we're going to be here for Raw. We're going to be here for AEW. We're going to be here for NXT. We're going to be here for SmackDown. We're even going to do the best of show next week for Raw. We're going to be doing the tape show for SmackDown. Like, nothing's changing. But obviously there's no World Cup streams now. So we'll have to see what other content comes onto the channel. I haven't really given that much thought, but plenty going on. It's an exciting time, and we'll see what they can do tonight with this. This, in a way, is the last main show before Christmas that we know about. I mean, on Friday, we know the results of that. I've been able to avoid them, to be honest, so I don't know the results, but we know that it's taped. We know what we're getting on Friday. I do think there will be some interesting backstage moments that no one knows about yet. I think they'll add those in. But by and large, we know what's going to happen on Friday. Don't know what's going down tonight. So tonight is really the last main show for WWE that we don't know anything about before Christmas. And as we said, next Monday it's believed to be a best of. And then we've got to wait a little while until we get back to SmackDown. So yeah, enjoy it. Duazi, hello, said, my question for you, Retribution. Shout out to you. Hope you're well, buds. Giving a thumbs up there. Retribution getting a thumbs up from Kenny and myself. Me and Kenny, thumbs up to Retribution. Hope you've had a good day, buds. I was just reading about Duazi. Let's have a look. Where's Duazi? Duazi, where's your comment gone, bud? See if I can find it. Days, I'm back. My question for you. Who do you think Uncle Howdy is? Who do I think Uncle Howdy is? I think it's Bray. I've thought it was Bray from... So, to be perfectly truthful, the very first time that we see Uncle Howdy, and he goes, Howdy, like that, I didn't know who it was at that point. And I still feel like that mask looks different. I still feel like the first time we see him and he goes, howdy, I still feel like that doesn't strike me as being the same mask and have the same feel as the Uncle Howdy we're seeing now. Hopefully we get an answer on that. Maybe it is, and it was just lighting and it was like a different angle, and maybe it is. But if you compare like the side view of that when we first see him to what we've got now, it does look different. And so that, to me, I really didn't know who that was. We were coming up with, like, is it Dutch? Is it Vincent? Is it all these different people? And so we were, like, running through a list of names. But then the next week, we got to see more of it. And we got to see more of Howdy. And I had no doubt straight away. Straight away is like, that's Bray. just straight away, the voice. I know people say Bo does a good impression of Bray. I've listened to it. It's decent. It's not bang on, though. It's not like you can't tell the difference between them. It's a good impression. I've seen the clip. It's good, but it's not Bray. So, like, you listen to Uncle Howdy, you look at Uncle Howdy, and for me, immediately I was like, that's Bray. That is Bray. And I've not had any doubts that it's been Bray since that point. Now has come the point where he's come out at the same time as Bray. I am keeping an open mind. I'm certainly not willing to die on that hill that it's Bray, because it could turn out not to be Bray. But right now, I think it's Bray. I've thought it was Bray since the second time I saw him. And now I am wondering if it's going to be a case that Bray is doing this to throw LA Knight and the fans off the scent. Has he got someone to dress up as Uncle Howdy? And so we all now run around trying to figure out who Uncle Howdy is, when in actual fact the swerve will be that it was Bray. It was Bray, and that person that was dressed up was just someone that he got to do it to throw LA Knight off the scent. So I think that is still as much an explanation as to what's happening as people saying it's Dutch. You know, there's people saying now it's Dutch just because of how he held the jacket. And so there's people saying, look at this image of Dutch holding his jacket and look at Uncle Howdy. Well, it wasn't that long ago that people were running around saying, look at the earring on Uncle Howdy. It's the same as Bo Dallas's earring. And then people were running around saying that it was Bo Dallas. The truth of the matter is no one seems to quite know who this is. That's the truth. The truth is no one can tell who this is. And there's lots of theories out there. And really it's just down to you to, I don't know, go and side with the theory that you like best. I'm certainly not going to say that this is Dutch just because of the way he held the jacket. I'm certainly not going to go that way. Just as I didn't think it was Bo because of an earring. I didn't think that was enough. For me, I think the way this Uncle Howdy sounds very much like Bray. When we see his outline, it's a bigger, broad-shouldered person. Again, that feels to me like it's Bray. I think the imagery has really been very much to do with like split personalities. You know, there was like two bodies and one head kind of imagery, and we've had things along those lines. So for me, I don't see any reason to change. Nothing has necessarily changed my mind. It's an interesting swerve. It's definitely got me thinking. I'm definitely keeping an open mind. But until I see something that really is concrete, something that really makes me go, wow, okay, I see it. I see what people are saying. I'm still very much that it's Bray personally. So I think I've gone from being in the minority to then being in the majority to now back being in the minority. So I'm all right with that. I'm quite happy to stick in the minority if that's where I have to be. But yeah, it's a fun story. It's one that I think if you're, as I said before, if you're into it, I think you're into it. If you're not into it, I don't think this is going to change your mind. I don't think this is going to necessarily bring you in. I think that this is one that is not connecting as well at the moment as The Fiend and the Funhouse. That's not to say that it won't get there, but just at the moment, I don't see it having the same impact on social media and people, but like the excitement. I don't see that same level as when it was The Fiend and the Funhouse, but I still really like it. I do still really like it, and I think he's so brave to do something different. He could have easily come back with The Fiend and the Funhouse. Easily come back with that. But fair play to him for coming back with something different, trying something different, trying to tell a different story rather than just rehashing a story we've had before, and giving us some new characters and things to theorize over. I like it. So, yeah, I'm into it. I'm trying to keep an open mind. I've explained as to why I've not changed my mind. But as I said, you know, it could be Bo. It could be Dutch. It could be someone. I'm not willing to die on the hill that it's Bray. But I just haven't seen anything that's necessarily changed my mind. Retribution, shout out to you, buds. Miss Clown, shout out to you as well, my friends. Said, it's my sexy birthday on Friday. Yes. Shout out to you, Miss Clown One, and your sexy birthday. Every Miss Clown birthday is a sexy birthday. Very good. Shout out to you, buds. He is going to be 15 on Friday. That's a big birthday, man. 15 is a big, big birthday. So, yeah, Miss Clown, shout out to you. Be coming up to your prom soon. Gary said, Merry Christmas and Iron Brew all round. Iron Brew for everybody. Gary, shout out to you, my friends. Rob, hello, Rob. Rob said, I've sent you a crowd video on Twitter of Bray attacking a cameraman on last week's SmackDown. It's actually not last week's SmackDown, unfortunately. It's next week's SmackDown, so it's one that is a bit of a spoiler, which I can understand people maybe not knowing. You know, some people might think it was something that happened after the show, and in a way it did, but it's actually something that's going to be on SmackDown coming up, so I'm not really too eager to talk about that, to be honest, because it's something that hasn't really aired yet, and is something that's coming up, so I have been able to avoid spoilers in regards to, like, results of matches, and I've been able to avoid... I've avoided everything, to be honest. I really don't know of anything for SmackDown other than what Bray does in the ring with the cameraman. That obviously went everywhere. So, you know, there's certain things that you just can't avoid. So, Rob, shout out to you, dude. Mega Champ said, Sasha is going to go to AEW. I'm super annoyed, frustrated, and disappointed all at the same time. I've not seen that news, to be honest. I don't expect her to go. I do wonder if she is going to New Japan, if that opens up the possibility of the Forbidden Door, because obviously they've got a relationship with New Japan, and they do the Forbidden Door show, which is going to take place again. They are doing it again this year. So there is potential for her going over there through the Forbidden Door. I've certainly not seen anything saying, though, that she's going to be going as an AEW superstar and signing up with them as an AEW superstar. So, honestly, I wouldn't think about it until anything concrete comes out. I wouldn't worry that she's going to be going there. I could understand Sasha fans being a bit split on that, to be honest. I think that if she goes there, she's going to be a big deal, big star. It means you can watch her wrestle. So it's good in that regard. But equally, it is a step down. I mean, there's no two ways about it. If you're one of the biggest stars in WWE and then you go to being one of the biggest stars in AEW, it is a step down. There is a lot less people that watch it. I mean, it tends to get around half the views of Raw. I know people will now start shouting out the latest views and whatever, but it's there or thereabouts. You know, Raw tends to get 1.6 to 1.8, and we're seeing AEW get 800,000 and some to 900,000 some. It's roughly about half the size of Raw. So, you know, I can understand Sasha fans wanting better for Sasha. So I would imagine there'd be people that would be quite split on that. But, I mean, look, I don't know that she's going there. If she does go there, look at it from a positive point of view, and that is if you're a Sasha fan, you're going to watch her wrestle on a regular basis again, rather than her going into acting and maybe not get chance to watch her wrestle. So just take the positives. That's what I would say. But I haven't seen any news that she is 100% going there. Aseeb said, Days, unfortunately, it's happened again. The French team have been subjected to racial abuse following the final. That's a horrific shame, and one that, honestly, I sadly didn't even think about. It didn't even cross my mind that might happen again. And it should have, I suppose. We never really spoke about that. That's a shame. I mean, the problem with social media is that it gives anyone a voice, even like racists. And so they can come out and say whatever they want, and there seemingly is nothing to prevent those comments from getting through. So, you know, I know that when England went out of the Euros in the final, there was a lot of racism there. And they actually found out that, yes, of course, a good percentage of it was coming from people in the UK, but there was a good percentage as well that was coming from outside of the UK. And this is, you know, it's unfortunately, it's just an opportunity for racists anywhere in the world to jump onto social media, and it's just an opportunity for them to say their horrible things that they want to say. So, it never crossed my mind, to be honest. We were thinking more about how, the final we'd just watched and the fact it now means that Messi was going to get his hands on the World Cup and all of that. But, yeah, that's awful. That's awful. Hopefully it'll get investigated and sorted and cleaned up. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like English football went through that. And, I don't think it's out of it by any means. But, maybe it's time for French football to put a stamp down, put a marker down. Obviously, we saw players taking the knee and all that stuff in the aftermath. But, I mean, no, it just doesn't seem to do anything, does it? It doesn't seem to make a difference. I don't know what you do. I feel like it's with the social media companies, to be honest. But Sasha is C-level Star Wars character, and she effed her career, said Cliff. Mega Champ said, is Alexa going back to Bray tonight, or are they going to wait for her match with Bianca to do that? I don't know when her match with Bianca is. I've totally missed the boat on this. I thought it was tonight. I think what you'll get is a tease, to be honest. I think you'll get something quite juicy tonight in regards to Alexa. I think that what with this being just before Christmas and next week being a best of show, that actually means that Raw's not going to give you anything new for 2 weeks. So you're going to need something to chew over for a couple of weeks. That's why I'm so excited about tonight's show, because I think that tonight is going to give you something. 2 weeks till the next proper show, because next week, as we said, is a best of, which I'm not down on. I'm not down on it. It's obviously not the fresh content you would hope for. But I get it. It's Boxing Day. Do you know what I mean? I ain't going to make the wrestlers work on Boxing Day. I know that there are football and other sports that take place, but honestly, I mean, they should probably not, and they should probably be with their families on Boxing Day as well. So I ain't against it. I ain't down on us getting a best of show, and I'm sure we'll have some fun with it. And to be honest, I think everyone's going to be so excited at just being able to take maybe a moment away from the family, maybe share what they got for Christmas and everything, that I'd still imagine there'll be people around as we do that watch along. So yeah, 2 weeks time, the next Raw. And so I think we get something juicy tonight. Dort Knight said, I've no idea, it didn't come through. Dort Knight, hello. Just waiting for Charlotte to return and get a title shot, said Josh. Edge versus Cena TLC match at WrestleMania, said a wrestling fan. What, is that what you would like to see? John said, we've just had a World Cup. Taking a knee while doing that, it really doesn't mean much in Qatar. I mean, it's not just for Qatar, though, is it? I mean, you do that. I don't mind the knee. The knee doesn't bother me at all, because I think that it's something the England players want to do. It's a message that they feel that they're sending out. And even if it's only affecting the kids, the younger generation that are seeing the England players united taking the knee, even if the message is getting to them, we are against racism. There's no room for racism. And that maybe if that message is getting through to the kids, because they look up and idolize all these different Premier League players, their favorite footballers and everything, it could still be a powerful message that could be getting through to someone, somewhere. It's clearly not going to change or affect or do anything to adults. But maybe it's not aimed at them. Maybe there's no helping them. Maybe there's no changing their minds. If you've got that mentality and you're an adult, perhaps there's just no change in that mentality now. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what the alternatives are. I don't know how you change that. I don't know. I sadly think it's a battle that's just going to keep on raging, isn't it? So very sad news. Very sad news that's what's happened to the French team. CJ said, what do you think of rumours that Edge versus Balor, Demon Balor, will happen at Royal Rumble in Hell in a Cell? I wouldn't do that. I think that there's really... For me, the Royal Rumble is the star of the show. I think any matches that you put on the undercard of that, I would keep plain. And, you could have the odd little gimmick, like maybe a strap match. We've seen Bray and Daniel Bryan have a strap match at Rumble. So you could do something like that. You could have I don't know, falls count anywhere, no DQ, last man standing. You could do those type matches. But, like, I think to have a big structure, like Hell in a Cell, which used to have its own pay-per-view, I sort of feel like, why would you do that at the Royal Rumble when the Royal Rumble is the focus of the Royal Rumble? I mean, like, I understand, like, it's just going to make it bigger and better, but I sort of feel like, well, the Royal Rumble should be the star of the Royal Rumble. Like, we shouldn't really be putting Hell in a Cell on that show. Of all the shows, you know, you could put it at WrestleMania. You could put it at, I don't know. I don't even care that much about Elimination Chamber. Does anyone really care about Elimination Chamber? I mean, it's a fun match, but, like, it's not the Royal Rumble. I feel like the Royal Rumble is quite a few people's favourite pay-per-view, and it's their favourite pay-per-view because of the Royal Rumble. So I don't know that I would do that, to be honest. I don't know that I would put the Hell in a Cell on the Royal Rumble show. It's not the biggest problem in the world. I'm not, like, going to passionately go out and start campaigning that it doesn't happen. Like, if it happens, it's absolutely fine. It's fine. But I just personally wouldn't do it if I was booking, because I would want to keep the Royal Rumble as the focus, as the special match type. That is the stipulation. That is the big deal. And then everything underneath, you could have, like, a championship match. You could have, like, you know, you just do what you normally do. But I think to have a Hell in a Cell, I don't know. It's not something I would probably do. But, yeah, you know, if they're going to do it, fine. That's it, fine. But it's not the way I would go. Sasha is sea level. Oh, I think we read that one. What do you think of Alexa's interview today? Don't know, to be honest. I mean, she said that she had a nice time doing what she did when she was with Bray. That's it. There's not really much to take away from it. I thought the one thing I thought was interesting was that she said that she'd wanted to do a darker character since NXT, and she'd actually been campaigning in NXT to do a darker character. So I thought that was interesting. But other than that, she just said she had a lot of fun doing it. It's the most fun she's ever had, and that was it. So there wasn't really much to take away from it. I didn't find it that interesting, to be honest. There was no behind the scenes information. There was nothing that, like, blew my mind. There was nothing like, do you know, we did this because, or some people didn't notice this, but I wore this because, or I did this because, or this was a little Easter egg that people didn't pick up. There was nothing juicy. All she said was, it's the most fun she's ever had. And that was it. I think if you're into Alexa, you probably wet yourself over that. But if you're not, you probably just went, lovely. How do you feel about a tag match in 2 weeks involving Cena? Will play out. Cena, will he just take the win and go back to Hollywood? How will that match play out? I seriously don't know, you know. I mean, it's going to be December 30th. I don't think it's going to set up anything else. So for those that haven't heard, and I'm sure you have by now, it's going to be John Cena and it's going to be Kevin Owens taking on Roman Reigns and Sami Zayn. I think that we could see Cena and Owens win. We could see Sami letting down the Bloodline. I mean, it feels like we've got to start doing the split. We've got to start doing the split. A lot of people thought the split might happen on Friday. I thought that was a bit too soon. The reason why I thought it was too soon was because Sami ain't done nothing wrong. Like, Sami has been brilliant and he's done nothing wrong. And all right, Kevin Owens is around. Kevin Owens is a problem, but there's no reason for them. There's no reason for them to turn on Sami. Sami hasn't done anything to warrant that. So I couldn't see why there was going to be a turn on him. So what I was expecting was for him to be made a proper Uce. That's like not an honorary Uce, but a proper Uce. You know, the tribal chief was going to make him Sami Uso. That's what I was expecting. Then people were saying maybe he'll be part of the tag team and he'll get a belt. And I was loving all that. I was like, yeah, that's such a good idea. I can see it going that way. It's such a good idea. That is such a good thing to do. Like, now he couldn't be more in. He is an Uso to the point where he's now a tag champ with the Usos. They give him a third belt or something like this that he can carry around. And I thought that was brilliant. So that's what I was expecting. Then, of course, there was the big swerve of a tag match, Kevin Owens' mystery partner, which, as I said at the time, I wasn't really feeling because I'd got my mind set on all this other stuff we'd discussed. So all this other stuff that we'd discussed, I was like, that's really good, that is. And I was really into it. So I was like, oh, yeah, okay, we're going to go that way. And I was like quite excited. And then like clearly we go in a different direction and you're like, okay, this doesn't feel as good. But in all fairness, they did a great job. Because bringing back Cena and having Cena at the end with that video message, no one knew that was happening. Like that came out of the blue. It was a lovely surprise. It set up a big match. I think undoubtedly this match is going to be where things go wrong. And I think that is going to, I don't know if it's going to lead to the split or like immediately. Like, I don't know if Roman's going to beat Sami up after the match or if it's the start of the split. It could be the start. It could be that there's a crack now. Like, Sami lets them down. Roman's frustrated. Sami now has got to prove that he is worthy of being with them. Maybe something else goes wrong. By the time we get into the Rumble, the split could be there. You know, we could be where we need to be. So, yeah, I think that match is going to be big. I think it's going to be important. I don't think it's big and important for Cena. I think it's big and important for Sami. And I think that Kevin and Cena win. They get a nice moment, celebrate, end of 2022. Cena wins, Kevin Owens wins. But the bigger story is what then happens with Roman and Sami. So that's kind of what I'm thinking that we're doing in regards to that. But it's good. Yeah, it was good. Really good. I wanted to go one way. They took me another. And we still got somewhere pretty enjoyable. So, yeah, good. Miss Clown said, I am doing good. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Joe said, what happened to Dolph Ziggler? He's still around, isn't he? So he attacked Austin Theory. There's a chance we might see him on the show tonight. So we'll have to keep our eyes out and see if he pops up. But he's been kind of sniffing around. He did return. And so if we see Theory tonight, we might see Dolph. Steve said Triple H hasn't even started yet. 2023 is when he'll show what his vision is. I never liked the guy, but I am looking forward to backing his visions outside of his promo work. I don't know who we're referring to there. Outside you didn't like Triple H, but you're looking forward to seeing what he's going to do. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that he's come in, he's took over the ship, and he's obviously had to finish off the Vince stories and start his own stories. And so really, you know, I feel like we're there or thereabouts now. I think everything that's going on is pretty much Triple H's vision. Of course, it wasn't Triple H's idea to have Roman as the guy with both belts, for example. That was done before he came along. So he hasn't actually crowned his first proper champion yet, Triple H. So there are still things that he needs to do. But next year is going to be massive. Next year is the first full year of Triple H. This is, I suppose, why I'm so excited for the Rumble, because there's no show premium live event before the Rumble. It's going to be the first Triple H Rumble. And so everyone's like really interested to see what legends is he going to bring back? What stories is he going to tell? What feuds is he going to start? Like the Royal Rumble is going to be one of the biggest in recent years because we won't have had a premium live event for a long time. And then also, this is the first one under Triple H. And, of course, it's going to be critical for building up the stories for WrestleMania. So the Royal Rumble is going to be absolutely massive in January. Absolutely massive. The first Triple H Royal Rumble. There's a lot of excitement around that. And then, of course, that's going to lead us to the first Triple H WrestleMania. The first Triple H WrestleMania after Raw, which has been a bit of a letdown for a long time. That used to be such a big, boisterous show. But because of the pandemic, we've gone a few years without it. And then last year, I sort of felt like it was all right, but not amazing. They did a few things, but it wasn't like, oh my God, this is amazing. Like, that show used to be like NXT call-ups, surprise legends, title changes. It was as big as WrestleMania. And I didn't feel like this year's was that level. So I would love to see that come back with a bit more of a purpose. You know, I mean, do your Hell in a Cell match on that. Treat it like a pay-per-view show, like really have it as this big, just, oh my God, now we've got this, now we've got that. Like, be so good for that to return like that and for that show to be the biggest and best of the year. And I just sort of feel like we've gone a good few years now with that not quite being at the level it should be at. So we'll see. There's so much for Triple H to do next year, of course. It's going to be very exciting. And yeah, I agree. He's just getting started right now. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. Said, not feeling well, top 10 wrestlers this year. Not feeling well, top 10 wrestlers this year. Well, you're not feeling well. I hope you feel better soon, but do you know, it's funny you should say that, because there's actually quite a few people in my family that are not feeling great at the moment. There's quite a few that have got, like, colds and flus and things like that that's doing the rounds. It's really not a fun time. This time of year, those kind of illnesses come out. So I'm trying to do, I actually feel quite good at the moment, not rubbing it in. I actually feel pretty good. I had quite a bit of sleep last night. Really feel like I caught up on a bit of sleep that I think I probably needed, what with all the World Cup streams. And so I actually feel really good. But I'm looking around at my family that are like really, you know, covered in blankets, got the sniffles. I'm sort of like, ugh, I hope I don't get any of this. So I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling great, but... top 10 wrestlers this year. That's a good question. I mean, I'll try and blast through a quick list. I think you'd have to put in Roman. I think you'd have to put in Sami. I think what Sami has done this year has been absolutely fantastic. I think you'd probably have to put in Seth Rollins. He's been very giving this year. You know, he lost his feud quite drastically to Cody to get Cody back and over. You know, he lost at WrestleMania, then lost 2 follow-up matches. Then went into a feud with Riddle and lost the first one there, but I think... No, won the first one, but lost inside the fight pit. Don't forget, he was in the first fight pit match we got on the main roster. I think his promos have been good. He's been doing some great Monday Night Rollins work. I don't think there'd be too many people that would disagree with Seth being in that list. So Roman, Sami, Seth. Then I'd probably be looking at Bianca. I think Bianca's had a fantastic year. She really has felt like the top woman in this company for me. You know, I think with Charlotte being absent for quite a bit of the year, Becky kind of being around, but maybe not being quite... She was a heel, and I don't think she was really as over as when she was the man, or dare I say even as cool as when she was the man. I sort of feel like Becky is a massive star. I feel like Bianca was the woman of the year, though, for WWE. I think that she really established herself. She had a banger of a match against Becky at WrestleMania, which was fantastic. And then she's just had a pretty fun feud with Bayley. Haven't been crazy about the whole Damage Control, Bianca, Alexa, Asuka thing. It has felt like Alexa and Asuka have been very much in the background, but Bianca has been front and center. And we saw some great Bianca-Bayley matches. So I'd have to put Bianca onto that list as well. I feel like Gunther had a good year, but I don't know that he'd make my top 10. I think you've got to go FTR if that counts. I mean, just straying outside of WWE, I'd probably go FTR. I think they've had a fantastic year. Maybe you would go with the Acclaimed. I mean, they've had a fantastic year as well. I wouldn't go Jon Moxley personally, but he did pick up the ball when it got dropped, in all fairness. He has had to come in and mop up a few things. So I don't know that I'd go Jon Moxley, though. He's not personally someone I'm crazy about, but I feel like it would be a bit harsh to not include him in the conversation. So I'll put him around, but don't know. Then I would have MJF, of course. I know MJF has missed lots of the year, but his segments are always the biggest segments on Dynamite. They're always the most spoken about. I think if you was to do promo of the year, you'd have about 5 of his in there. Even though he doesn't wrestle very often, and when he does, his matches aren't electric, but he does what he needs to do. I still think he is one of the most spoke about superstars of the year. So I would have him on a list like that. Maybe you'd have the Usos. Don't know. They've had some great matches. Them against Street Profits were brilliant. I just think the tag division has let the Usos down. If the tag division was better, then I think you'd probably include the Usos. But I'm really struggling to include any WWE tag teams. I just don't think the tag division's been good enough. So they haven't had banger matches because they haven't been able to. The only thing I'd say with the Usos is they did go up against RK Bro. They did go up against Street Profits. Like, if WWE has got a decent tag team, then they've put them against the Usos. Everything seems to have revolved around the Usos. So if there was one team that I was going to include, and maybe for their work with the Bloodline and the promos and Jay hating Sami, and, you know, if you include everything, I think maybe the Usos do make it onto that list then. Then maybe you would go Jamie Hayter. Big year for her. Big year. You know, she is someone that people really got behind, and she found her way to the title in AEW, so I think she might make it onto that list as well. I can't give you any New Japan people or Impact people because I don't watch those shows, do I? So I can't really go that way. I'm sure there's people shouting out the likes of Switchblade Jay White, who I'm sure absolutely deserves to get onto this list. I would imagine Will Ospreay deserves to get onto this list. There might be people saying Josh Alexander as well. I think he is had a great year over in Impact, for example. So, you know, there might even be some people saying Matt Cardona, who's done a lot of stuff on the indies. But for me, I'm just going to keep it WWE, AEW. I know about those. I think Roxanne Perez has had a good year. Whether she would actually make a top 10, I really don't know. Mandy Rose obviously had a good year as well, but it kind of really went sour at the end. So I don't know that she would make a top 10. Braun doesn't do it for me. Braun I respect, but I just don't see fantastic Braun matches. He's a guy that's got the belt that can cut some all right promos, but they're not promos that we ever remember or talk about. His matches are fine, but they're never 5-star classics. You know, I always, if you think about some of the champions we've had in NXT, like Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, Finn Balor, Kevin Owens, I just don't think that Braun measures up to those. Braun, to me, feels considerably down the list. Really, my expectation is that the champion gives you big 5-star matches. We just don't get that from Braun. Just do not get that from Braun. So, yeah, I would say there's quite a few, and I can see CJ saying Mello, Pretty Deadly, Liv Morgan, Mandy Rose, I am pulling for her. James said Rosemary hasn't had a great year. So, you know, look, there's a few names that are circling around, but I think we've probably hit a lot of the big ones there. United We Love said, just a curious question from a kayfabe point of view. Do you think it makes sense for a guy to barely kick out at 2.5 and then have the strength to suplex 30 seconds later, which happens? I think that if you was to look at wrestling in that way, I think that you would be very disappointed with the vast majority of matches that you see. I think that if you manage to kick out, like, I feel that there's an argument that they could be waiting that time just to get as much like rest as possible. Like, I know it's only a second, like a second and a half, but there is an argument that they could always kick out at 1 rather than 2.5. But they're just taking that moment, get a breath, and then right shoulder up, off we go again. There is an argument for that. Equally, it could be that they are, you know, they're down, they come back around, quick shoulder up. But there's an argument then that they've come back, if you will. I actually don't mind it. I think if it's something that bothers you, it's going to really ruin a lot of matches. Dare I say, all the matches, if that's something that bothers you. But we do see in UFC people getting knocked down. They then get back up and they are right back in the fight. There is something within a human, within a person, that those reserves of energy that can be tapped into. Like, if you do get rocked and you get knocked down and you seem out of it, the power of recovery is something that is very real and very possible. And it's something that is hard to put a marker on. Do you know what I mean? Like, for me, like when The Undertaker used to sit up and come back, I never saw that as being like a supernatural thing. I always saw that as a power of recovery. when Hogan used to Hulk up, I never saw that as like a weird thing. That to me was always like a power of recovery. Trying to question where it becomes silly is a very difficult thing to do. It's a very difficult thing to do. I think if that's something you're questioning, then as I said, I think wrestling's going to be a real struggle for you to enjoy. The only thing I can say is that as a kid, it wasn't something I ever had a problem with. And as an adult, watching UFC, I've seen lots of examples where people have been knocked down and they've been able to come back and come right back into the fight after being literally down and like seemingly out. They are able to defend themselves, get back to their feet, and then moments later, they are jabbing away and throwing shots, and we are right back in the fight. So, as I said, powers of recovery are very difficult to work out, if you will, as to like where is that line, when does it become silly. I think like if you're watching a match and to you something happens and you go, this is ridiculous, this wouldn't happen, then I think, then maybe it's crossed the line, and maybe everyone's line is going to be in a different place. I mean, there are matches I watch, usually the Young Bucks and Lucha Bros, those matches where it's like super kick, this move, clothesline, flying in the air, doing this, doing that, doing this, and it's just constantly down, 1, 2, right, then the back up, and they're right back into it. Like, I think if you're seeing that happen again and again and again and again and again in the same match, then it can become jarring, then it can become an issue, then it can become a problem. But I think if they're telling the story right and it's happening a few times and they're digging deep and they're making a deal out of coming back, for me, it would just be bad wrestling if they were down for 2 and then they were right back and nothing's happened, like they're absolutely fine. The lack of selling is a concern in modern wrestling. It is a bit of a problem in modern wrestling, but I think it's always subjective as to where that line is. I think it's always subjective as to when it becomes silly. For some people, it's not an issue. They don't even notice it. Not a single match has it ever been a problem for them. For other people, it's an issue quite often. So it's subjective, it's personal. So I would say try not to let that bother you too much. Try not to let that bother you too much. I've seen enough UFC to know that powers of recovery are very, very real. In the early 80s and 90s, a lot of wrestlers used to do the hulking up thing. Hogan, Warrior, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, says Gordon. Mm-hmm. And of course, we would see The Undertaker sit up, which might not be like a hulking up thing, but that was a power of recovery. They used to beat him down, he'd be down, he'd seemingly be out, and then he'd sit back up. So to me, I always put that in the same bracket as Hogan's hulking up. I always put that in the same conversation type thing. Never bothered me. I always just saw it as being the same thing as people finding that reserve of energy and finding that way of like, digging deep, coming back. And that's what it was. That's what it's meant to be. That's what hulking up was. It's never over. Just when you think he's down and out, he finds that reserve. Like that to me was always what the hulking up thing was. I can totally understand, though, that him hulking up and then being completely invincible and just destroying everything. I can understand why that would get annoying if you see it time after time after time after time after time after time. But as I said, for me, it was never a problem. Trent said, did you see Andre Chase is supposed to be our main event this week via Sean Ross Sapp? I didn't, but they have been using a lot of those kinds of stars from NXT on main events. I don't think that there's really much to it. I don't think that it's necessarily him being called up. I think it's just a case that there's a much better relationship between the main roster and NXT now because of Triple H. I mean, don't forget, Vince just wasn't really keen on NXT. He never really saw or watched the NXT product. He was even, if reports are to be believed, quite surprised at some of the talent that was in NXT. Because he went down there and he was looking for all these big muscular guys that were going to come up and, make the main roster what he wanted it to be. And instead, there was just loads of small people around, which never appeals to Vince. And then, that's where we started to see a lot of cuts to NXT. And from the Indies, we're now going to recruit American footballers, basketballers, bigger guys. Surprise, surprise. All of a sudden, the girls are models and they're all super attractive. The guys are huge, and they've come from other sports. And this is because Vince kind of took over NXT when it was 2.0. Obviously, that's changed now. We've moved away from 2.0. Sean is in charge, kind of answers to Triple H, which is brilliant. That's obviously much better. There's high hope that NXT can get back to where it was. There's been signs of that, of it getting back to like the black and gold when it was Triple H. So I think like him going to main event is really just them saying to him, we're interested in you. We want to give you this experience. We want to take a look at you. We want to see how you work in front of a crowd. I mean, make no mistake about it. If he was to kill it on main event, if he was to get the crowd like right behind him, chanting for him, and like there'd be a buzz, they might look at it and go, he's ready, you know. He's ready right now. Like, we need to move on this guy. We can do something with this guy. So it's great, but I don't think it's indicative of it being a call-up. I don't think that this is a sign that he is on the way, because there's been quite a few NXT stars that have been getting those opportunities. Hi, Days. Hello, Elliot. Hope you're well. I sent a super chat that you missed. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's have a look. I don't know. Ooh, actually, the chat's being a bit weird. Let me see if it was... There it is. Elliot says, reportedly, Edge versus Demon Finn, Hell in a Cell at Royal Rumble should be fun. What would be your prediction for breakout start in 2023, male and female? I don't know. I have no idea, because like it's really hard to say, isn't it? Because I don't think that will necessarily be anyone that you've seen yet. I mean, if we're including NXT, I don't think we've seen the breakout stars of next year yet. I don't think they've debuted. Anyone that's really around now, I think you could argue has broken through. I don't know that there's really anyone waiting that we've seen that could break through. I mean, maybe Sol Ruka got a bit of buzz from that finishing move of hers. We haven't really seen a great deal of her. She could go on to be a breakout star. If we're just looking at main roster, then, you know, you might look at someone like Carmelo Hayes. You might look at Bron Breakker. You might look at Gable Steveson would be a great shout. So Steveson, I think, would probably be that person. In fact, I'd feel quite comfortable they're going to get right behind Gable Steveson in 2023. I think there's probably a really good chance he could be the breakout star of the year. So I'll go Gable Steveson for the main roster. In regards for the women, tricky, because I don't think they've got anyone in waiting like a Gable Steveson female-wise. So it would have to be someone coming from NXT. I think they're going to keep Roxanne in NXT for a while. She's still really young. She's just picked up the championship. Got to think the majority of next year she's going to be champion. It's not really a need to go quick with her to the main roster. I think it could have been Mandy, but I don't know. Mandy's a weird one in it because she's already been there. So if she went back, would she be a breakout star? Probably not. Probably not. Indy Hartwell going up would be interesting. Maybe it'll be someone like Candice. We haven't seen much of Candice on the main roster. Maybe Candice will, finally get some time. She's been away, obviously, for a while. I think dealing with an injury, maybe. But she's back now. So, obviously, she's going to have a full year next year. Maybe it could be Candice. I can't really see anyone in NXT coming up being that person. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people saying Roxanne Perez. I think she's going to stay in NXT for a while, to be honest. I think she's just got the belt. And she ain't even been in NXT that long. So, I don't know that we'll move that quick with her. So, I don't know that it would be Roxanne Perez. I don't think it would be Cora Jade. Cora Jade hasn't had a run with the belt yet. I can see Cora Jade and Roxanne Perez having their feud again, only this time with the belt involved. I can definitely see that. So, I don't know. There's a lot of young females in NXT, and I don't know that they're going to get called up. Maybe Toxic Attraction. Maybe Gigi and JC. They've been in NXT a long time. They're ready. You could make an argument that we don't need to keep Alba Fire in NXT for a long time. So it could be Alba Fire. Alba Fire could go up to the main roster. She could go up. She doesn't need to be in NXT. She's spent ages in NXT UK. So she doesn't need to spend a long time in NXT. So you could go Alba Fire. You could look at Toxic Attraction. You could maybe make an argument for Candice or Indy Hartwell. I don't think that one's as easy as the male one, to be honest. But those are the sort of names that are floating around my mind. I'd like to see Grayson Waller on the main roster. I think he would do good, said Krista. Zoe Stark. I want to see Zoe is angry chant on the main roster, but she totally needs a mouthpiece, said a Twisted Sky. Jilly said Candice's character is in limbo. Is she evil pixie or face? What is up with that music? It's a really good point. I completely agree. I think her theme just doesn't fit. I completely agree. I think that she's backstage in like little comedy moments with Johnny and Dexter, which is brilliant and definitely the way forwards. But then when she comes out, she's the poison pixie, and there's not really any evidence of that. And like her music's a bit strange, and she's kind of coming down, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't really get the gimmick. Yeah, I agree. I think we could definitely do something different with her. But I would keep her with Johnny, and I would keep her with Dexter. And we saw how great the Way were in NXT. I think the Way have been brilliant with Dexter and Indy and Johnny and Austin Theory and all of those. I think Candice, as we said, she's been a bit stop-start on the main roster. I don't think she's really found a groove yet. And so that's why I would include her as a potential, because I think she's talented. I think she's good in ring. I think she's fun. She's obviously got that relationship with Johnny and Dexter, and that could provide endless moments. I mean, we could even get some mixed tag matches as well. We could get some really fun. Imagine Candice and Johnny against, I don't know, Bianca and Montez, or Becky and Seth. There's lots of different directions that we could go. Rhea and Dominic, for example, against Candice and Johnny Gargano. There's lots of things you can do with Candice. I think Johnny and Candice coming in. I know there was some talk about Triple H feeling a bit let down by some of the people he's brought back. I don't think he should feel that way about Johnny. Candice hasn't got going for me, so I don't really count Candice, but I think Johnny has been pretty fun. I think his segment's been pretty fun. I think him and Miz have been all right, to be honest. I don't think he's knocked it out the park. I don't think we've seen Johnny doing what he did in NXT. I don't think we've quite reached those levels, but eventually, once we get into the groove, I think we could get there. We should be there or thereabouts. So, high hopes for Johnny next year. High hopes for Johnny. I really like Johnny Gargano. I really hope it works out. Steve said it'll be interesting to see what the roster will be for NXT Europe, what with all the NXT call-ups, NXT UK call-ups to NXT. K Black said, I brought 3 pounds of weeds and 3 pints of lean. I know you want to get high, baby. Well, not before Raw, because we need to keep our wits about us, as this is going to be, hopefully, a big, enjoyable show. Give me a call after, though. Twisted Sky said, in NXT, it worked well because they were heels, out and out. Their main roster run at the moment seems to be leaving the Poison Pixie in a tough spot. United We Love said, when Roman finally loses, how do you see his future after that as the head of the table? Do you think the gimmick will still work? Is him versus Bray a feud you would be invested in? Well, look, I've been very open, honest, clear about my distaste for supernatural things in wrestling. I am totally open to Roman versus Bray. My only concern, it's always there in the background with Bray, is that we do go down the supernatural avenues. That's just not something I enjoy in professional wrestling. And it's something that's in professional wrestling, that cannot be denied. And the Bray character definitely went that way with The Fiend. And I always struggled with that, and it's people know this, right? So if we do Roman versus Bray, I'm totally down for it. I've got no problem with it. I think it could be loads of fun. I would welcome that feud. The only caveat is that, because people could easily turn around saying, this is the feud you wanted, and now you've got it, you're not happy with it. The only caveat would be that if it goes supernatural, I'm going to struggle with it. It's not going to be to my taste. So that's the only thing I would say. But Bray and split personalities and a darkness and all of that kind of stuff, sign me up. Put Put me down for that. Totally down for that. Him against Roman should be fantastic. In regards to your other question, Roman being head of the table after losing the belts, I don't have a problem with it. I think that once he loses these belts, I think he's going to drastically be around less. I don't think you see him on SmackDown as much. I think he becomes a Brock Lesnar. I think he becomes an attraction that comes in, works the big shows, does the build-up, gets into feuds, maybe puts some people over, probably gets wins himself, though, because he's still going to be around for a long time. But I think that this could be what he's remembered for. I think when we talk about Roman, I think it's this title run right now that we remember Roman for. This is what it's all about. This is the one. This is it. There's nothing bigger than this for Roman. This title run is what we remember him for. So for me, we need to see this out, get this title run done, and then I think he will then be a bit like Brock afterwards. He can call himself the head of the table. He can be the tribal chief. He might not have the belts, but he will still be Roman Reigns. He will still be like one of the biggest names that WWE has ever had. And he will still be someone that can come in and main event shows and be that guy. And I could see him working a reduced schedule. So, yeah, I think the gimmick will still work. I don't think the gimmick will have to end. I don't think it's like we need to do something drastically different. I think the gimmick's great. I think it does work. It has worked. I think this is what he'll be remembered for. I think when he loses the belt, it's not like we have to now change him face. I think you could change him face, and I think people would accept that now. I think Roman's cool. I think Roman is cool. And if you've got a heel that's being a right douche and he's taken out a load of baby faces and we need someone to save the day, and that person turns out to be a surprise and out comes Roman Reigns, if you've built the heel up big enough, say it's Gunther, and he's going mental and he's killing all the baby faces, and you've got Michael Cole on commentary saying, who is gonna stop Gunther? Who can stop this man? He is running wild through this WWE roster, and then all of a sudden Roman's music hits. Out comes Roman Reigns, and he's in the entranceway staring at Gunther, and it's a face turn for Roman. Straight away the crowd are behind Roman. Like, that just writes itself. It's not even that hard to like come up with that story. So you could absolutely have him as a face, absolutely, or you could keep him heel. I think like there's lots that you can do with Roman, but there's no need for like any drastic changes. It's not like we need to stop him being head of the table or anything like that. So yeah, exciting. We'll have to see what the future holds. I do expect Roman obviously to lose those titles in 2023. So we'll see what the future holds for Roman Reigns. Right, we know what the future holds for us. Paul Heyman. Welcome to Monday Night Raw. My name is Paul Heyman. Hello, Paul. I serve as special counsel to your tribal chief. Yeah. Okay, so we're starting with Heyman. Roman Reigns. Camera pans over. There's Roman. That's Roman. Didn't expect to see him here. I don't remember this being advertised. Raw, the home of Kevin Owens. So he's upset. He's here for Kevin. Who did he go and get? He went and got John Cena. Big cheer for John. Kev. You're going to need way more than that. You're going to need the whole Raw locker room. You're going to need everyone to have your back. He's backstage. Nice room. You've interfered in my business. Now it's time to return the favor. We're not going anywhere. We're going to torture you. God, he's really got this in for Kevin Owens. Everyone in that locker room, everyone in that audience acknowledges the bloodline. Roman Reigns. Oh, hello. Now we're backstage. We've got the bloodline beating up on Mustafa Ali. This is pretty fun. Bloodline are going wild here. Mustafa Ali being attacked. Really fun. Right. Nice way to start Raw. Nice way to start Raw with the surprise appearance from Roman and Paul Heyman. Then we see a shot of the bloodline backstage attacking people. Nice. Good start. Wasn't expecting him on Raw, said Davids. Ali is getting... he is getting bodied. Bang. Shot there by Solo Sikoa. A couple of producers being attacked as well. Gulak is hiding. Lone Star Friend says, greatness. It was greatness. That was a lot of fun. Right, we are inside the arena then. We're seeing shots of the crowds. Feels like it's going to be plenty of bloodline action tonight then. We're in Des Moines. Backstage segments have been much more unique and interesting, says Harley. Here's the Street Profits. Got Christmas trees everywhere as well. That's Akira Tozawa. Akira Tozawa coming out with the Street Profits. This is going to be Street Profits with Akira Tozawa taking on Judgment Day. There's the red cups coming down from the ceiling. So, bloodline attack. Montez has got a present. Chucks it into the crowd. I think it's just an empty box, to be honest. I think he's just thrown an empty box into the crowd. That'd be nice if there was something in it, though. If there was like a T-shirt or something. A few bits and bobs, but I reckon it was probably just an empty box. Right, so Akira Tozawa doing the intro with the Street Profits. Becky Lynch taking on Bayley tonight. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Winner takes all ladder match tonight. Dexter versus The Miz. We've got a ladder match tonight. Street Profits and Akira versus Judgment Day. Russell Dandy said the honorary profits. Here's Judgment Day. Here are Judgment Day. Then lights going out. But you get nothing, and you get nothing, and you get nothing. Big Dom. Big Dom. It's got the shades on. Here's Damian Priest, Rhea Ripley, Big Dom, and Finn Balor. The Judgment Day making their way down, looking mean and moody. I want to see that dude in the row. I want to. If that dude in the crowd is like holding up a new shirt or something, then we'll know there was something in that present. More than likely, there was nothing in there, though. Never saw the guy. I feel Sami has overtaken Heyman as the mouthpiece, and there's not really any need for Heyman to be in the Bloodline, said Steve. Mark said Judgment Day scares no one. Roman needs to fight for the Raw title. Bring it back to Raw, said Lisa. This should start Rhea and Bianca's feud, said Legend72. Forever Red said, I'm a Becky Lynch simp. I have to admit it. Listen, I've got respect. If you are a simp and you've come to realize that now and you can admit it, I've got respect for that. I've got mad respect for that. I'm an Asuka simp. I'm an Asuka simp. I simp Asuka. I'm an Asuka stan. I'm an Asuka simp. I'm full-blown signed up to the Asuka fan club. I mean, I'm not. I don't even know if there is one, but there should be. Imagine Cara Noir being in the main man in NXT Europe. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Have you ever seen the match between Cara Noir and Gunther? I heard it was a banger. I heard it was very good, James. Check it out if you've not seen it. When will Big Dom get his own Judgment Day Judge CGI? It's still just the 3, said Mogden Mogul. How do you know that not all 3 represent Big Dom? Didn't think about that, did you? The real question should be, when is Damian Priest, Finn Balor, and Rhea Ripley going to get their own CGI judge? That should be the real question. Rippers needs to not look like a horror show, says William. Could this Raw beatdown cause The Rock to step in and face Roman? Don't think so. I don't think we would get The Rock coming in now before the Cena match. I think this is all just building for the Kevin Owens and Cena match. I think anything to do with The Rock, I feel like that's going to be maybe the 30th at the end we get that moment, but more likely 2023. Asuka is your age range. It's meant to be, said Alex. That's true. That is true. Is she in her teens? Is she? Is Asuka in her teens? Didn't know that. Right, Montez in there. Drop kick to Damian Priest. Montez going against the ropes. Big strike by Damian Priest as Montez goes down. Akira Tozawa was introduced with them, but I don't think Akira Tozawa is actually in this match. We've got Montez in the corner. Kicks coming in by Damian Priest. For some reason, Judgment Day have decided to not go with their strongest lineup. They've gone with Finn Balor and Damian Priest instead of... more attacks! Andre Chase is being beaten up now. So, Andre Chase being attacked. They're just finding bodies, man. A guitar? They found a guitar. It's going to be a solo performance. Is that Elias then? Is that Elias? Bang! Is that Elias? I don't know. Why is there a guitar around? Sami's loving that. Sami's loving that. Bloodline going mental. Backstage. Yeah, it was Elias. I couldn't even see that it was Elias, but Corey says it was Elias. So Andre Chase beaten up. Elias attacked with his own guitar. I did like that. This is going to be a solo performance. Bang! Sami loving it. Loving it. Javi said a solo performance. Where is Thea? Where's Thea? That's a really good question. I'm a Thea stan and simp as well. Love when they go mental, said Maggie. A backstage beatdown. Elias and Andre Chase go in. Backstage segments feel very Riddler-esque. Right, we're going against the ropes. So Damian Priest charges into Montez. Montez over the top rope to the outside. I tell you what, Damian Priest is ripped. Alex, shout out to you. We've got Bloodline going mental. That's what you've missed. Bloodline are there backstage at Raw. They're attacking the Raw roster, taking people out. They've beaten up Mustafa Ali. They've beaten up Andre Chase. They've beaten up... Did they beat up Drew Gulak? I don't know. They beat up Elias. And I think we'll see more attacks from the Bloodline as this night progresses. Dark Angel said Raw is oozy. Darcy said Judgment Day have made a really good progress and get some real heat sometimes. But I wish they played the whole Judgment thing a bit more. That was the original point. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. To be honest, they've just been getting stuck into feuds, haven't they? Rather than doing that Judgment thing. They've just been really getting distracted, by, most notably by the OC in a feud that just never ended. So, yeah, I agree. Maybe that's something we can dig into a bit more in 2023. I'd like to see Dom go blonde and give it the Lost Boys look. I think he needs a tweak to make it work. The Eddie copy just isn't doing it, said Steve. I think black's their kind of vibe, isn't it? Black's their sort of thing. They all wear black and they're basically goths. So him going blonde might just look a little strange. But I wouldn't mind the arrogance of it. And it would really make him stand out in that group as well. So I'm certainly not against it. I think that could be quite interesting, actually. Unless maybe he doesn't go blonde. Maybe he dyes his hair like a different color. Like green. Just goes full on just mad. Just like loses his mind. Now that he's free and like, you know, he's no one's keeping him in control. His dad's not around. He can just do whatever he wants now. That could be interesting. John Cena and Kevin Owens versus Roman Reigns, Sami Uso, said Jesse. Austin, hello, hope you're well. Andre Chase turns up once, gets beaten backstage. Get back to Tuesdays. I'm still waiting for Judgment Day to rise, being that's all Priest ever says Undercover Manager. Kevin Owens and Rollins versus Usos is going to be the main event tonight. That'll be good. When does Owens and Cena get mixed up in a Bloodline brawl? When does Owens and Cena get mixed up? Well, Cena won't be on this show. I'm not expecting Cena tonight. But, I mean, I'm expecting Kevin Owens to be there, of course. The whole show is them basically beating people up as a warning to Kevin Owens. So I'd imagine Owens is going to feature prominently here. Hello, Days. I'm doing well. How about you? I'm good. I'm feeling quite refreshed, actually. So, yeah. Obviously, this is the final week as we head towards Christmas as well. So the excitement is real. Santa's coming, guys. Santa's coming. Mother Mogul said, Big Domo needs a variant of the Mysterio mask. Maybe a partial mask that shows his face. That would be good. That would be cool. Just like a ripped half version where you saw half his face and half the mask. That would be fun. Good to hear. Who needs green-haired Shotzi when you could have green-haired Domsy? I don't mind superstars having green hair more than one. I understand that's like a Shotzi thing, but I don't think it's too much of a problem if Dominic has it as well. So I'm all right with that. Against the ropes goes Dawkins. Dawkins with a spine buster to Damian Priest. Collides into Finn Balor. Nice enziguri kick. Balor goes to the outside. Leaves Dawkins in the ring on his own. Dawkins is going to... Oh, I thought he was going to go full on top dollar, you know. He is. Oh. I thought he was going to go full on top dollar. Big splash. Oh, big splash by Montez. He gets caught by Balor, though. 1, 2. Kick out by Montez. Oh, imagine Montez one-on-one against Finn Balor. That would be sick. Montez one-on-one with Finn Balor. That'd be an awesome match. Look at that, man. He does the splash. He does get injured. Nice kick there by Montez. Balor goes down to one knee. Got Big Dom on the outside as duck underneath against the ropes. Oh, sling blade there by Balor. Sling blade by Balor. Balor in the corner. Charging over. Drop kick. Montez is down. We've got Balor. Sit down interview tonight between Bianca and Alexa. That's interesting. Oh, Big Dom! Big Dom's got water thrown in his face. And that allows Montez to get the win. Akira Tozawa throws water in the face of Big Dom. And that results in a roll-up win. I think it was water. Who knows? They're going over, he's grabbing more pleasant presents. He's chucking things. Okay, he said, I can smell it from here. It ain't water. Well, according to Corey Graves, that was not water. Right. Tozawa. It's a win for Street Profits. Oh, Rippers is not happy, man. Rippers is not happy. Rippers is coming over to Kira Tozawa. What was that? Lagging? We're still lagging away? Should fix. There we go. Right, commercial break. We did lag for a moment there, but Ria Ripley just absolutely walloped Akira Tozawa. Lag. Super lag. Super lag. Everybody hates the super lag. Akira would destroy her. Looks like AEW is trying to take over this stream. Yeah, there was lag there. So I thought she was going to slap him. She ends up absolutely walloping him. Absolutely cracking him one. Brutal. But it is a win for the Street Profits. If Kofi goes into the Hall of Fame, is it singles or tag team? He might go in twice. I mean, he definitely goes in with the New Day. I think Kofi Mania and just the career he's had solo-wise might be enough. It's difficult, isn't it? Because he's got longevity, but if you take the New Day stuff out, that's a lot of his career that you're removing. So, I don't know, did he do enough to go in on his own? Kofi Mania might be a big enough moment to warrant him going into the Hall of Fame as a solo star. He undoubtedly goes in with the New Day, though. But he might go in twice. But her finisher would be the cramp submission move. Are you doing a Premier League fantasy draft? Premier League fantasy draft. I mean, I do need to change my fantasy team for getting ready for the games that are coming up. But I don't think there'll be any videos on that or anything. I might end up putting it out on Twitter or something as to what my team looks like for those that are playing the game. Bionic Pancake said, I love Royal Rumble spots. That gets in the Hall of Fame for me. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. He does have those Royal Rumble spots. That's a really good point. He could go in for that as well, yeah. Steve said when Montez is ready to go solo, he needs to work with Balor. They do have great chemistry. AJ said something's happened to the sounds. Shouldn't be anything happening to the sound. Everything should be normal. What do you mean that something's happened to the sound? Something's happened in the sense of it's out of sync? Or what? We've got some arguing here. We've got Ria is in the ring. We've got Akira Tozawa on the outsides. Is this going to be Ria versus Akira? Okay, Akira Tozawa apparently is about to jump into the ring and take on Rippers. I wasn't expecting this. Akira Tozawa versus Rhea Ripley. No, he can't do it. Look, he can't hit her. Yeah, he can't do it. Yeah, and she knows that he can't do it. He gets round the back. There's a back elbow there by... big boot by Rhea Ripley. But goodbye, Tozawa. Match of the night, I'm calling it. Yeah, that was a big shot before the break. Big boot. Kira in the corner getting stomped down. They are bullying. Are you serious? Get Dom in there. Quit fighting that boys' battle, said Matic. Legend Killer, hello. Over in the corner goes Akira Tozawa. He goes down. Rhea Ripley throwing in some shots to Akira. Akira, forearm strikes to the back of the head by Rhea Ripley. Why are they giving the WrestleMania main event away? Forearm strike again. Street Profits looking a bit concerned on the outside. Rhea Ripley with Akira. Looking for suplex. She can't quite get it. Shot coming into the midsection. Akira's looking to pick up Rhea Ripley. She's trying to get Ripley up, but couldn't do it. She's trying to reverse it. She's picked up Akira Tozawa. And suplex to Akira Tozawa. 1, 2, and a kick out. I am doing great. I'm watching Monday Night Raw, said Legend Killer. Imagine Rhea versus Randy. That would be 5 stars, said Rory. Dark Angel said, this should be on a pay-per-view. Let Him In is loving this. Is Rhea Ripley the new China, said Elijah. I could see Beth coming out, said James. Right, well, both up on their feet. Kira goes down. Got Kira over in the corner and Rhea Ripley hurling him across the ring. It's a little bit messy. Get the ropes, crossbody. Rhea Ripley catches him. Gets him up on her shoulders. Rolled through by Akira 2. It's the 2 count there. Going for a shot. Against the rope goes Akira. Akira is up. It's botchy. He's trying to get up. A lot of Rhea stands are jealous of the honorary prophet right now. Right, Rhea is on the outside of the ring. Sound quality is fine, but the sound is not syncing up. It is a little distracting, says Jilly. Try and stop the stream in a second. I think that lag has maybe caused a problem. Street Profits going over the top. So, Street Profits over the top. Rhea Ripley coming in. We'll try and see if we can fix it at the next commercial break then. She's trying to get Tozawa up. Tozawa lands on his feet. Rhea Ripley charging over. She goes into the corner post. Big boot there by Akira Tozawa. Rhea Ripley is down. Tozawa is looking to go up top. Tozawa trying to go up top. Big senton. Rhea Ripley moves out the way. Rhea Ripley moves out the way. Pump handle, slam, Riptide. Riptide connects, and that should do it for Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley picks up the win. Refresh the stream. Just refresh. Sound is fine. That hurt. That was a terrible match, said Junior. Rhea Ripley wins. Dark Angel said, I thought that was better than it should have been. Okay, we've got Ria Ripley then picking up the victory against Akira Tozawa, and that is one that's going to split opinion. I thought it was botchy, to be honest, and it's over. Right, Tozawa is very happy, and he's in a special place, says Scott. Match of the year, said Melissa Rose. Right, what have we got next? We are 28 minutes into the show. I'm enjoying this free reign feel, said Steve. It's a great opening match, said Philly. It was a bit botchy. J. Ray said, I called it match of the night. Corey Graves really putting over that Rhea Ripley just beat a grown man. Okay, Bobby Lashley coming up next. Bobby Lashley. It was a better match than the best of 7 on AEW. Rhea Ripley getting the China Beth Phoenix treatment. She's either going to win the Women's Rumble or enter the men's one, said Harley. Right. Wasn't Bibby fired yet, but then he got rehired. So he was fired last week, but then he got rehired, so he's back now. Graves just highlighted the word insanity. Maybe they're confronting the Bloodline tonight. SD Film said it should have been me. Right, let's see what's happening with Bibbs. What we doing with the Bibster? Bum ba ba dum. Bum ba ba dum. Is Finn the leader, or did Rhea take over? They don't really have one. When they took over from Edge, they said there wasn't a leader. I think everyone's seen Finn as the leader, though, to be honest. But I don't think there's meant to be one. The only man that can defeat Rhea is Paddy. It was funny match, said Elijah. Rhea wins hands down if that happens. Are you ready for Rhea versus Roman? Dream match. Okay, we're backstage with Adam Pearce and Kathy Kelly. Right. Kathy. What's the latest? We had a conversation. It's a matter, it's not if, it's when he's going to come back. So Bobby is coming back. Need you to come with me now. He's got to be dragged away. MVP was here. He wanted to talk about Bobby. What was that in reference to? MVP wanting to talk about Bobby for? Here's the OC coming out with Meechin. Oh, Meechin's making her way out. Right, we got the OC. But MVP, yeah, wanted to just have a word about things. OC time. Bobby is still a challenge for Brock. Right, OC. Is this Carl Anderson on his own? So it might be, I don't know if this is Carl Anderson on his own. What's this? OC against Alpha Academy. Right, OC versus Alpha Academy. That's going to be our next match then. Mia Yim just doesn't fit this group, said Corbids. Roman should be stripped of the WWE Championship. Right, New Day tomorrow night. going to be defending the NXT Tag Team Championships against Briggs and Jensen. That's coming up tomorrow. And Roxanne Perez. Is that going to be a title celebration or something? Tomorrow night on NXT. Right, I don't know if the sound is out of sync or what the situation is, but I can end the stream momentarily and then just restart it, see if that fixes things. Give me a second. Right, I don't know if that is a little bit better. Hopefully that is more in sync. I did just stop it and restart it. There was some lag, which I think did result in some drop frames. So hopefully it's now more in line again. But it should be all right. Looking at this, it's not saying there's any issues. So hopefully that's fixed it. That is better. Nice. What do you think about Mandy Rose's situation? I think it was wrong she got released. I mean, without knowing the full facts, it's hard to say. I think that if they said to her, we're not comfortable with you putting out adult content. I mean, apparently she was like stripping naked and stuff like this. Like, whatever it was, they were not comfortable with it. And they've said to her, you've got to choose doing this or staying with us. If she's been given that option and she's chosen to keep doing the more adult stuff, the adult images that she's putting out, you know, behind that paywall. I don't, it's Band Army or Brand Army or something, I don't know, fan something, I haven't got a clue. But, you know, if she's chosen and made that choice, that's her choice. And so if WWE have said we're not comfortable with this, that's it, done. I mean, there's not really much of an argument. I don't think they're wrong. If they have just fired her without giving her a chance to make that decision, say she did it and didn't know she had gone too far and that WWE were going to be upset with her and now they fired her, I think that's wrong. I think they should say, look, take that down, stop doing what you're doing. We can move forward still, but like we can't have you doing that. If they've given her that choice, then so be it. But I can totally understand WWE not being comfortable with someone putting out content that goes too far. I can totally understand. You know, I mean, a lot of their Instagram pictures are risky, but my understanding is this wasn't risky. This went further than what WWE was comfortable with. This goes further than a lot of the stuff that you see, well, all the stuff you see from WWE superstars on their Instagram accounts, for example. So for me, I don't have a problem with it as long as there was a conversation that was had and she was given the option of taking that stuff down and then, you know, carrying on. AJ could defeat Roman, said SD Films. OC Bloodline is a dream match, and if I'm being honest, AJ deserves one final title run. If they gave her the choice, the website is bringing her in $400,000 a week, so it would be an easy choice, said Melissa Rose. There we go then. She chose the money over staying with WWE. That's her. It's her life. It's her choice. Did MVP tease Hurt Business? Don't know what he teased. He wanted to have a word about Bobby, but we never really got any further than that. I'm now down to 23 shows, said James. I think you're going to get there, buds. I think you're going to get there. Look, now we've got more attacks. It looks like it's this Shelton and Cedric and Dolph. Shelton, Cedric, Dolph. So we've got another incident here where more people have been attacked. Okay, so more attacks by the Bloodline. Bloodline going crazy on Raw tonight. Shush, please. Gaming in real time, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Hope you have fantastic Christmas. Hope you all have a fantastic Christmas. So, yeah, gaming in real time, thumbs up to you from me and Kenny Omega. She was promoting her adult content whilst using Mandy Rose. It's wrong from the get-go, said Corvids. Shoes, please. Feels very Shield-like with these backstage attacks. I'm quite bored of these guys, said William. Thank you. There we go. Vingy. Thank you. Okay, making their way down. I don't know that this is I don't know if this is a match that's going to really grab people's attention. This feels a little bit filler. Suppose you've got to do something with them. Right, thank you. Manuel said, you talk too much. Shoosh, please. Shoosh, please. Thank you. Manuel, a shout out to you. Hope you have a great Christmas. Lovely holiday season. Even though you said I talk too much. Get good old backstage attack, said Funky Fresh. It reminds me of the good old days, NWO style. Considering there are superstars that have done worse and they are still employed, says Jim. Who though? Who's done worse that's still employed? Jaden said, Hurt Business definitely coming back tonight. TJB said, Otis blow Mandy a kiss. When is the tie hump going up? Did I miss it? It went up last week. Last Thursday, I think. Irish Rebel said, Shoosh, please. Lone Star Friend said, let's go Otis. Tony said, Usos. William said, I am appalled at Mandy, and I do not in any way support her salacious actions. Why is she not barefoot in my kitchen and pregnant? Big questions, William. Big questions, and you deserve answers. This is a bathroom break match. It does feel like a bathroom break match. It does feel that way. It's crazy thinking that Gallows was Festus, said Steve. David said, Bloodline have gone wild. How many more are going to attack Bloodline? Can see holding the Raw roster go after Bloodline. Does this feel like NWO? Does this feel like NWO? What, the backstage beat-up stuff? It's pretty good. I think it's a fun thing that we're doing. Who has the Bloodline attacked? They have attacked Shelton, they've attacked Cedric, they've attacked Dolph, they've attacked Andre Chase, they've attacked Elias, they've attacked Mustafa Ali, maybe Drew Gulak. Is Naomi going to join? I don't know what we're doing with Naomi, actually. She was trending the other day. I think people are now asking the question of what are we doing with Naomi? And I don't know that there's I think maybe the Rumble. I think she's coming back. I don't think Sasha is, unless there's going to be a drastic change. But I think Naomi will return. Have a look at Sean Ross Sapp's tweet. Please. Let's have a look then. What's SRS going on about? SRS. You hear him shouting. SRS. You hear him shouting. I don't think we're done with WWE returns, says SRS. There we go. Not done with WWE returns. Marina Shafir is trending. Not thinking she's coming back. I just wondered what she's trending for. Marina is different. I love it. I think they're showing her delivering a kick. Is she trending? I think she's trending for like how brutal she is on AEW Dark. Just watching a clip of her right now. She looks jacked, man. I really like Marina Shafir, you know. Just watching her wrestle there, like, I know that she's probably not safe and she's probably like horrifically destroying this poor girl that she's in the ring with. But it looks brutal. She's got a knee on the arm of this girl, and she's twisting the arm around. That looks filthy, man. That looks so good. She's talking trash while she's doing it, and she honestly, her muscles jacked. Yeah. People all criticize her for not being safe and everything. That's fine. She looks deadly, though, probably because she is. Okay, so she's trending right now. Trending. Worth noting, every time Sean Ross Sapp says the returns, that happens on the show. Daisy's got a crush. It's amazing. Like, she's someone that I was really excited for when she was in NXT, because I thought her and Jessamine Duke, they're the other members. They're the unknown members, if you will, of the 4 MMA horsewomen. So I was waiting for them to get good so that then we could do horsewomen versus horsewomen. When they got released, I was so like, oh, man, that means we're never going to get that match. So I'm kind of hoping that she gets good, to be honest, and finds her way back to WWE. I'd love for us to get those the horsewomen matches, but it doesn't look like it's happening, does it? So she's someone, her and Jessamine Duke is someone that I've always had a bit of a eye on to see, can we get towards those matches? But I mean, yeah, she's got her struggles, isn't she? Bless her. She's got her struggles. If Sean Ross Sapp says we aren't done with returns, who is left to return? Billy Kay, said Rory. I'd love it to be Billy Kay. I want MVP and Lashley to lead to Bobby being a walk-in Armageddon from his final Impact run. That version of Lashley was his best version. I blocked Sean Ross Sapp so I can enjoy wrestling, and now his tweets have made it onto here. SRS. Right. I mean, it's understandable. If he knows of a return and he wants to tease that return and it's happening tonight, that's fine. I think everything he's done is fine. I ain't got an issue with what he's done. The only thing I would say is, if something's going to happen on this show, why spoil it? I don't get that. Why get ahead of, something that's going to happen on this show? You're just getting ahead of, something that's going to happen in about an hour. But then I suppose if you've got that information, you want to share it, don't you? I suppose I can understand it. I wish that's something that would stop. I mean, if you find out some information about something that's going to happen next week or something like this, I can understand you not wanting to, I can understand that's a long time and, you're going to want to share that. But if you find something out that something's going to happen on this show, just sit on it. Is that, just why spoil it? I mean, we're literally watching the show. I wonder if this happens in other things. Do you think, there's people, say, when the Walking Dead finale was on, there's someone that found out because they know the cast, what happens, and, whilst the show's on, they're leaking and spoiling the ending. I just can't think that it happens I can't think that happens. But in wrestling, it seems to happen where, when the show is actually on, spoilers come out. But fair play to him. From what I saw of his tweet, he hasn't actually put out what it is. He hasn't actually said what it is. So fair play. He has said go to Fightful Select if you want to know, and I ain't interested. It does happen everywhere, says Paul. Knight Rider said, LA Knight is starting to rub off on me. I am liking his gimmick. The last 2 or 3 weeks, I've been out of the loop with wrestling and rumours and can confirm it is infinitely more enjoyable when I'm surprised, said Darcy. I completely understand that. Completely understand it. Yeah, I agree. I think it would be better to not have this stuff spoiled. I'd much rather live in a wrestling world where we did live reactions, live breakdowns or reviews and speculation as to what might happen, but like all the spoilers be removed. That would be so much better. OC have picked up the dub. OC have picked up the dub. Do you think Alexa is here tonight? I know she is. They've already said that she is going to be doing a sit down with Bianca. So you've got that to look forward to. OC get the win in this. This match did nothing for me. Can you imagine the cinema as the guy hands you the ticket to Mamma Mia 2? He says, didn't know Meryl Streep dies at the start. Enjoy. Yeah. Yeah. Right. OC, pick up the win. Ooh, here's the Bloodline. Here's the Bloodline. Bloodline are attacking OC. Now we're getting good. Now we're getting good. Here we go. Here we go. Lovely. I'm here for this. Bloodline and OC, I'm here for this. Gallows is in there. He gets picked up. Lovely. Lots of boos for the Bloodline. Where's Solo? Don't know where Solo is. Here's Adam Pearce coming down with a load of officials. We go to commercial break. Bloodline attack. This has easily been the best part of the show, is the Bloodline stuff. Them attacking the OC. Lovely. Lovely. Down for that. 1D to Anderson. Sean Rossap got salty with me. You tag it. SRS got salty with me tagging you in his tweets. I don't think he likes you very much. Oh, doesn't like me? That's a shame. I think I don't mean I don't know him, and he doesn't really know me. I think that I think there's just no relationship there, to be honest. So I don't think there's an issue. There's no issue my end. I like Sean Rossap. I got time for him because I think that when he comes out with stuff, it's good, it's accurate. You know, he's not like someone that's spreading around fake news. He tends to be pretty on the money. So I've got respect for that. So if there is an issue, that would be a shame. There ain't an issue at my end. I do think, though, that, you know, putting spoilers out for when the show is actually on, that's a shame. But as I said, fair play to him because he hasn't actually done that. He hasn't actually gone onto Twitter and done that. He said, if you want to know, it's on Fightful Select. No arguments with that. When I tagged you in one, he said, why do you always send him my tweets? Raw wrestlers are going to show up to attack Bloodline on SmackDown, said Steve. Batmonkey said, I'm all for the Bloodline destroying the roster. Where is Sunny, said LD Cool. Where is Sunny, actually? Where is Sunny? Hope she's well. William thinks she's asleep at the moment. Well, I don't know that there's been loads in this first hour that she needs to wake up for, to be honest. I think this first hour, you know, Judgment Day in action was all right against Street Profits. That was all right. The attacks have been great. Wasn't really into Rhea and Akira. Wasn't really into OC and Alpha. But we know we've got some good stuff coming up. We've got Becky and Bayley. That should be fire. We've got the sit-down interview between Bianca and Alexa. That should be very interesting. We've got the ladder match. Always great to see a ladder match. I love one-on-one ladder matches as well. Big fan of one-on-one ladder matches. So I'm definitely down for that. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the show. Frontline said, Merry Christmas.
ho! Merry Christmas.
Although we would have heard that had happened after it taped. Sexy show, said Miss Clown. Right, we're just seeing we are back now. Here is the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. Just seeing a documentary about him. There's loads of documentaries about him. But this is a new one. Peacock Original. The greatest world champion of all time, said Steve Austin. Woo. Becoming Ric Flair next Monday only on Peacock. It looks good, though. It looks good. Right, we're back in the ring with the Bloodline. Here we go. Promo. The Bloodline is now in your city. We got the Usos. All three of them. Open up your ears. We run this business. What's your problem? Said Sami. You're the only one angry here. The fans don't have a problem with what we're doing. They're cheering. These people love to hear Sami Uso. I mean, we do. People love to hear the Usologist. I don't appreciate you rushing my dogs. If we come here with a message, we're going to deliver that message. What you seen tonight? That is small sample. Best tag team ever, said Steve. It's good, this is. You can't take your eyes off it because you don't know quite what's going to happen next. I'm guessing Owens will come out. Everyone in the locker room. They the twos. We the ones. Microphone's getting thrown away. Telling the Bloodline to get out the ring. Slowly stepping out the ring. Jumping down. Sami jumps down. Sami Uso chance. Sami Uso chance. I really thought Owens was coming. I really thought he was coming. No sign of him. The Bloodline making their way to the back. They got their wands in the air. Don't touch us. Bang. AJ Styles attacks. AJ Styles attacks. AJ Styles launches himself at Sami. These two brawling away at the moment. Sami and AJ in the entranceway. So AJ getting dragged away. There's a dude in the background who's like, send them this way! Send them this way! There's like all panic as they're trying to get the Bloodline down a different exit. Go this way! Go this way! The Bloodline. I'm chanting with them, said Braden. They the twos. WTF does that mean? Blaze, shout out to you. I really thought Owens was coming out then. I really did. I do love this guy in here. There's just a guy that's doing this. Oh man, it's fun carnage. Right, we're just seeing last week with Bayley and Alexa. AJ is amazing, said Frontlines. Go this way. This was awesome for the Bloodline, said Davids. This could be the Raw of the year, said Ian. Who the twos? Blazed is very confused. Very confused. He should cheerlead for the Usos. Right, now we're backstage. AJ wants a match. I'll give you Sami Uso one-on-one tonight. Sami Uso one-on-one tonight. AJ Styles against Sami Uso. Backstage. Okay, here we go. Keep an eye out for the Bray stuff. There's a screen right behind Alexa for starters. I mean, I expect the logo to be on the screen. Is there going to be something else, though? I don't trust you, said Bianca. Can't explain what's going on. But I can talk about what's got me here. Bray Wyatt abducted me. He turned me into a dark, evil version and left me. It's interesting. She says that she went to therapy and that just left her a shell of a human being. I know what you're capable of, said Bianca. You're making this about him, but it's about me. He's not a threat to you, but I am. I like this. It was the logo. That logo appeared, and moments later, she just wallops Bianca with a vase. Alexa against Bianca. 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Oh, my God. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I hope Alexa gets good championship push, says Undying Legacy. The logo, I never would have guessed, said Blazed. Good segment, said Austin. What did you expect? This is a violent Raw, said Jeremy. What have we got here? We got something to do with The Miz. So we got something with The Miz. This generation's barbershop window. Right, Miz is making his way down, and looks like we're going to be getting The Miz against Dexter. Did you see the Lily doll? I didn't know. What? What I want to do is just have a look at, there'll be images that go up. Trying to get some of the images live are quite difficult because I've just got it constantly showing. So trying to mess around with like pausing it and getting screenshots and all of that is a little tricky. You say that Lily was behind there. I definitely did not notice that. I've got an image here, but I can't see Lily unless she just arrived. Oh, did she just pop into view? Is she back up, like, strolling around? Do you remember that segment where it was her and Shayna Baszler? She ain't running around, is she? Going wild again. Right, we are at commercial break. Friday Night SmackDown. Only on Fox. Was she there when she got up? I've got a clip of it here. It's not the best quality though. I can't see. I'm still struggling to see Lily. Alexa is awesome. Maybe Alexa was White Rabbit to help us bring Bray back. Oh, that's not even loading. That's annoying. Here we go.
Forward to the championship match between you both.
Nah, I cannot see Lily at all, you know. Did she appear like earlier in the promo? Oh, when she's on the ground. Well spotted. Well spotted. Oh, brilliant. So now flipping Lily's running around again. Okay, I've got the image. I've managed to get the screenshots. I'll see if I can load them up to show you. Because I didn't see that at the time. There, that's them sat talking. That's them just having a little chin wag, little catch up. How you doing, mate? Good to see you. Then we've got... These aren't the sharpest images, unfortunately. Then we've got that. Then we've got this, which isn't brilliant. Let's see if I can resize it a little bit. So that's her with the flowers, basically. She's going to wallop Bianca. And then this is the one that you're talking about. There, look, behind the sofa. Never saw that. Well spotted. Let me put this out as a quick little video then. Interesting segment just coming out of Raw. So Alexa Bliss and Bianca Belair both sitting down and doing an interview. They were talking about their match, which has been confirmed for 2 weeks' time. It is going to be for the championship. Alexa was talking about how she's been on a journey. There was a twisted, evil version of herself, but then Bray left her, and she needed therapy to try and get back to some normalcy. But now she is a shell of a human being. All of this was very interesting. She said that the friendship that she has with Bianca and with Asuka, this friendship has really helped her. And so now she feels that she's starting to kind of find her feet, if she will. But she was talking about the fact that, she's been consumed by this darkness. She can't explain what's going on at the moment, though. And Bianca was saying, basically, I don't trust you. That's what it came down to. And Alexa was saying, stop making this about him. You need to worry about me. I was winning championships long before you was even around. So some of the stuff here I thought was really interesting. Then, of course, we got the moment that everyone was expecting. The logo was on the screen in the background. Whilst this seemed to change Alexa, and I think this is quite interesting because I don't know that we've necessarily been seeing the logo appear and then Alexa changing. We know that the logo has been appearing in the background, but now it seems that the logo is appearing and Alexa changes. Don't know if this was just a coincidence, but as soon as the logo appears, you can see she's fine. She's just been talking with Bianca. And then all of a second later, bang, she hits Bianca with that vase of flowers. And that was literally as the logo had appeared. So I don't know. I don't know what we're doing with this. I don't know if the logo is symbolic of that being the moment that Bray is interfering or Uncle Howdy is interfering with Alexa mentally. But it seemed to be that was a trigger. It seemed to be that logo being there resulted in this. And then as Bianca goes down, a big shout out to Watt, who was in our live stream, saying, did you notice Lily? I totally didn't. I did not notice Lily. But here you can see Alexa walking away. Bianca was down. And then just behind the chair in the background, you can see Lily peering from behind. That now is going to open up questions about, is Lily going to go back to not just being a doll that's just going to be a doll? Is it going to be a doll that's going to be winking and running around and doing all that stuff again? I don't know. I really don't know. Lily could have been in that position throughout the whole interview and we're only just seeing her now. Or are we going back to Lily being used in that way? So lots of talking points coming out of this. Lots of talking points. I think the stuff that Alexa was saying was quite interesting. I think the fact that she turns when the logo is shown is interesting. I think the fact that Lily is here and is in the background is really interesting. So lots of talking points coming out of this quite short segment. Right, we are also back with the show, and we are actually back with the ladder match as well now. So we've got the ladder match underway. So we've got Dexter and we've got The Miz in this ladder match, which we've already changed. That's nice. It's nice to be ahead of the situation, ahead of the curve. Right, Miz going into a ladder, Miz going down. Yeah, shout out to what I totally didn't notice Lily in the background. Totally didn't notice Lily. As I just said, it could be a case that she was in that position all along. Or it could be that they're now trying to make out that she's back to being how she was before, which is winking and running around. And we saw a lot of stuff like that. I remember with a quick feud, there was a quick little feud thing that happened with Shayna Baszler, and there was a big backstage kind of segment. I remember that. Down goes the Miz. Miz goes down. So suplex there by Dexter. Okay, so Dexter in the ring. It's Dexter versus The Miz right now. Dexter trying to climb up this ladder. Miz is selling an injury at the moment as he's over in the corner. So Miz is telling Dexter not to do it. Dexter is looking to climb up this ladder. He pushes the ladder over and it just falls short, It just falls in front of the Miz. That ladder just gets driven into Miz's tiny balls. Dexter is being quite slow and methodical. So Dexter jumping out the ring, grabbing a ladder. Johnny Gargano is out there as well. Johnny is watching this play out. Ladder being brought into the ring by Dexter. Dexter jumping in. Looks like Miz has rolled out the ring. Miz has gone somewhere. Ladder is being set up by Dexter. Looks like he's going to go and try and reach for the money. There's 2 bags of money that are suspended above the ring, being suspended on one of those like belt things, you know, that they hang the belts from. Lumis then is climbing up the ladder. If anyone is interested, the score is 10-3 Green Bay, said Jeffrey. Lister Jericho said, you mean his massive balls. Miz is a 2-time world champion, 2-time Triple Crown champion. He's not the best, but I am sick of seeing him selling to Impact Wrestling mid-carders, said Steve. Voltage Rock said, I think we'll have the first meeting between Alexa and Uncle Howdy in a few weeks' time. I could see that, yeah. I don't think we get anything else this week. I don't think there's going to be anything else. I agree with you there. He's grabbed a hold of the Miz. Lumis and the Miz both fall off the ladder. The ladder crashes into the ring ropes. Right, I think we are about to go to commercial break. Okay, Raw is... Well, I mean, they're definitely giving us stuff. I think for me, some of it is a bit of a mixed bag tonight. Some of it is good. Some of it is a little wide of the mark. But definitely what we're getting are talking points, and certainly appreciate that. So plenty of talking points tonight on Raw. It's one of those shows that really you need to be watching. It's one of those shows where there's so much going on. Like, if you jump in going, what have I missed? It's like, well, Bloodline are going crazy. Alexa went crazy. That story kind of pushed along, but I don't think there was really much there that we weren't expecting. So I think it's setting it up nicely for a few weeks, though, to be honest. I think Johnny goes up and steals the money, said Chris. Where was Solo? That's a really good question. Where was Solo? That's a really good question. I actually don't know the answer to that one. Where was Solo Sikoa? I have loved the Raw. It feels chaotic, says Kieran. Why are there so many commercials? There's always a lot of commercials when it comes to Raw. I don't think that's anything different, to be honest. We are at commercial break, and we're almost at half-time scores. We're about 13 minutes away from that, so don't know if that'll be the next commercial break or not. Alexa Bliss attacks Bianca Belair. Okay, we should be going back to this ladder match very soon. Shout out for rubber nipples. WWE do have too many commercials, said Kira. Gonna be something done with the finish because they have split the money into 2 bags, if you notice. Yeah, but I mean, true, it didn't have to be 2 bags, but I think the story here was the fact that they were going to put up Double or Nothing. They were putting up the money that Miz had to give Dexter, and they said, you know, you bring money, we'll bring our money, and we'll do Double or Nothing. So I think that's why it's 2 bags. But absolutely, that could also result in something in the finish. Okay, right, we are going back then to the show. Miz at the top of the ladder with Dexter. Dexter climbing up the other side. Big shots coming in there by Dexter. Big strikes coming in by Dexter. As both guys are at the top of the ladder. Money is swinging around. Dexter trying to grab that money. Miz trying to grab the money as well. Shots to the midsection here by Dexter. They're both at the top of this ladder. Nice right hand there by Dexter. Right hand again. And he's throwing in big shots to The Miz. The Miz falls off the ladder. The Miz goes down. Dexter's got one hand on the money. He's got one hand on the actual... Oh, the ladder being tipped. Dexter going into the ring ropes. I wish there wasn't loads of ladders. I think it was better when there was just the one ladder. It's just like ladders everywhere. Miz climbing up the ladder. I was a little bit worried there when the one ladder was being tipped. There was a ladder that was laid down. This is the sort of match that you could see someone getting like properly injured in. Dexter's grabbing the leg of The Miz. The Miz is at the top of the ladder. Gets pulled down. He grabs The Miz. Knocks into that ladder. The ladder goes over. Miz is desperately trying to fight out of this. Miz is on the outside. Dexter in the ring. Looking for a net breaker. Ooh. Net breaker, edge of the ring there by The Miz as Dexter spills to the outside. Johnny coming over to take a look. You should do a poll, this match or HBK and Razor. Miz walking around on the outside. Miz grabbing another ladder. There's already 2 in the ring. He's not putting this one in the ring, though. He's dragging this one over to Dexter. Puts it over Dexter. Slams it onto Dexter. And again slams it onto Dexter. One more time for the road. I was afraid to speak. Lad me, Mother Twig. Jeffrey, shout out to you. We've got Dexter. Ooh, it was about to be put inside this ladder, but the ladder sort of folds back over itself. He has managed to get him in. Now he's slamming the one part of the ladder down onto Dexter repeatedly. And now he's grabbed another ladder. Miz is chucking chairs, chucking loads of different things over at Dexter. So the ladder is on Dexter. Chairs are on Dexter. More chairs being chucked. He's going crazy here. In all fairness, he's been tormented by Dexter for quite a while now. I know the ones at the start were him being, like, setting it up. But even so, this is something that I would imagine has, kayfabe-wise, really haunted him. So I can understand him going so crazy. I love the fact he just teased getting the chair then, and then he decides not to do it. Doesn't make sense for The Miz to grab a table. He grabbed a table, crowd cheered, and then he chucked it back again. Big boot there as Miz kicks Johnny. Miz kicks Johnny Gargano. Johnny is down. Miz grabbing the ladder. Chucks the ladder over. Now he's grabbing Johnny again. Looking to hurl him into the barricade. Does. Dexter is still down after having all that stuff chucked on top of him. Miz with another ladder. Jabs it into Johnny. Johnny goes over into the crowd. Miz, with his arms in the air, walking back over to Dexter. Dexter is up. Miz taking the top off that table. Gets caught by Lumis. Gets planted onto the top of the commentary table, which was on top of a ladder. Brutal. Brutal. This has turned into TLC, said Jaden. The guy in the front row looks like a chubby Brock Lesnar. Totally didn't notice that. I think the crowd... Do the crowd want tables? Think the crowd want Lumis to give them tables. Dexter Lumis is stripping this table. He's going to put Miz onto the commentary table. Dexter Lumis is looking to climb a ladder. He's got a ladder that's set up. He's got Miz on the commentary table. Lumis is climbing up. People are yesing away in the background. There's loads of people in the crowd doing yes. As Lumis is on top of a ladder. He's looking around at the crowds. Crowd are excited by this. Miz moves out the way. Dexter Lumis delivers a leg drop as Miz moves out the way. Miz moves out the way. Dexter Lumis delivers the leg drop. Miz moved. J14, shout out to you. Dagmar, we said Miz is going to win. Donald said, I want Alexa to join Bray. I just don't want the Lily nonsense again, says Donald. I do very much hear you on that front, Donald. I know that she is popular, and I know that that doll sells. No one's going to deny that, but a Dark Alexa would be cool. Definitely down for a Dark Alexa, but man, I do find Lily so cringe. But, I don't know, man. Definitely teasing that it could be going that way. Right, here is Miz climbing up this ladder, trying to grab a hold of the money. Shot to the midsection there by Dexter. Throwing in these strikes. Smashing Miz into the top of the ladder. Both of these guys in the ring. Miz gets pushed off the ladder. We're almost at the halfway point. We've only got 4 minutes left to go. Dexter trying to grab a hold of the money. Both bags of money are right there. Feels like, oh, who's that? Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed? Bronson Reed? Well, there we go. Sean Ross Sapp said there was going to be a return. Here is that return. Bronson Reed is here. I thought he was signed to New Japan. In all fairness, he's a big boy, and there aren't many big boys like him that they've got on the main roster. He is the person, though, that you really want Solo Sikoa to be. He's the person that you want Solo Sikoa to be. But Bronson Reed, who was down in NXT, was on the verge of getting called up. Got released just before he got called up. But he was down in NXT, and people will know of Bronson Reed. He's dragging Miz. Looks like Miz has gone and got himself another partner in crime. Bronson Reed helping the Miz climb up the ladder. I believe Bronson Reed was like a North American champion. He is helping the Miz. Miz climbing up the ladder. Grabbing a hold of the money. Listening to the boos. And the Miz wins the money. The Miz claims the money, wins the money, all thanks to Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed in WWE. You've got to be kidding me. I don't mind Bronson Reed, you know. I don't mind him. He's not someone I'm going to lose my mind over, but I don't mind him. Miz is a Hall of Famer. the colossal Bronson Reed. Ms. One, I told you, said Dagmawi. This is BS. Why interference? What happens if Vince comes back? Not another talent being paired with The Miz. Another talent being paired with The Miz. Awesome! I mean, look, what I'll say about Bronson Reed, he's got a good size to him. He's someone I felt really sorry for when he got released. He did good work down in NXT. And I don't mind him being back, you know. I think he looks good. He's young as well. Jonah from New Japan. Bronson Reed he was a one-time NXT champ. He was there between 2019 and 2021. He was released on August 6th. Reed was beaten by Adam Cole in what would be his final match in NXT. Seth Rollins is backstage. Halftime scores. Do it. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Ian Bayley tonight.
Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Scores coming in. I was just trying to find a picture of The Miz with the money at the top of the briefcase, at the top of the ladder. Just trying to find that image on social media. There it is. I knew it'd be on there. Miz. Someone's put Miz has got big bags. Miz has got big bags. That's clever. That's clever. Miz has got big bags. Lots of sixes in the chat then. Seems like people are maybe not enjoying this as much as I thought. I still think this is a good show. I just don't think it's like... I think some of the things are just not quite landing for me personally. But I think they're going for it. 6.5, 7, 10, 7.7, 8, 7.5, 8.55, 6.9, 6, 7.5, 7.5. Here's the moment then. Big moment taking place on Raw. Jonah from New Japan, who we better know in WWE as Bronson Reed, has returned to WWE. This was teased by Sean Ross Sapp earlier in the night. He said that the returns were not over. Didn't see who he was referring to. But normally when he puts a comment out, we do then see a superstar arriving on that night's show. And lo and behold, here he is, Bronson Reed from NXT. Bronson Reed was in NXT from 2019 to 2021. Kind of felt like, and there was rumors that it was time for him to go to the main roster. He ended up losing his last match to Adam Cole in August, and then he was released. It was quite a shock, actually. Didn't expect him to get released by WWE, but he was released. As we said, he's been Jonah over in New Japan, but there's been rumors for a while that he was going to be coming back because he is someone that Triple H is actually quite high on. He's got a good size to him. He's very athletic, constantly gets compared to the likes of Vader and Bam Bam Bigelow, those kind of bigger, very agile guys. There's not really many people on the main roster that are like Bronson Reed. He is very credible. I think he could be very cool. Seems like they're putting him with The Miz. This is going to be a very interesting dynamic. The Miz obviously can talk, and now he's got a wrecking ball that's going to be walking around with him. So I'm here for this. I think this could be really fun. And actually, this match was a ladder match. It was Miz versus Dexter Lumis. The money was on the line. And of course, because of this, it meant that Miz won the ladder match. Miz beat Dexter Lumis, gets all of that money. It was double or nothing. And look at the joy on the face of the Miz. Yeah, this is good. I think this could be a really fun partnership as well. Don't know what it means for Tommaso Ciampa, of course, but we're not expecting him back anytime soon. Apparently his injury is quite bad. I am expecting him back next year, but I'm not expecting him back like for the Rumble or anything like that. So, yeah, why not? Why not put Bronson Reed with The Miz? I think this is a fun move. So, Bronson Reed is back in WWE, and let's see what he can do on the main roster. A wrecking ball. That's what he is. A wrecking ball. He came in like a wrecking ball. You had to know I was going to sing that. You had to. And if you didn't, then it's on you. Bronson Reed. Yeah, I don't mind him. I know it's one that's not going to, like, people aren't going to go crazy for. I know it's going to be one that people aren't going to lose their minds over. I know it's not going to be one that people are going to, you know, like, go mental about. And in truth, I didn't either. I mean, it's not one that I was screaming the house down for. But I do think it's nice, and I think that it's one that he was so close to the main roster. Like, the word was that he was getting called up. And then for him to not have that, and for that to be taken away, I feel sorry for him. So let's see what we do with him. I don't think he'll be a world champion. I mean, he could go on maybe to be a world champion if the booking is right and we treat him like a badass. As I said, like, that's what you want Solo to be. You want Solo really to have that sort of size. This could be a bit of a problem for Solo. But saying that, it's not going to be too much of a problem because it seems like both are heels. So I don't think they're going to collide into each other. Could be fun in a Rumble, though. Imagine if they're the only two in the Rumble and you've got Bronson Reed, you've got Solo Sikoa, like, just throwing down. Could be fun. But the reason I say it could be a problem is because this is what you would want Solo to be. And, like, he's not got that size about him, you know. Bronson Reed arrives, helps The Miz on WWE Raw. So, Bronson Reed returns. Bronson Reed arrives. Makes his main roster debut. Okay, coming up next, we have got Sami Uso in the ring. Sami Uso is going to be in action against AJ Styles. That'll be fun. Man, that'll be really fun. So, Sami Uso against AJ Styles as we start to move now into the final part of Raw. So, we're into the second part of Raw now. We've got an hour and 20 minutes to go. Got an hour and 20 minutes as AJ starts to unload on Sami Uso. Do need to change that over, don't I? What's on screen? We can do that in a second. Let's put this up. Oh, that's a problem. That's an ish. They've got enough people to add another 10 people in each Rumble now. Vince McMahon is going to return next. DIY versus Miz and Bronson. Oh, that would be fun, actually. That'd be fun. I'd actually be really down for that. That could be a lot of fun. That could be a lot of fun. Maybe you're right. Maybe when he comes back, because it is worth mentioning, because I don't think when he comes back he's going to be with The Miz now, because I don't think The Miz needs him now. But yeah, you could absolutely have him come back and reform DIY. So I love that idea. Okay, AJ in the ring. Nikki should go get her belt back. They've not done anything with her since, said Steve. What? Get the 24/7 belt back? Oh, I don't think anyone needs to do that, do they? Things aren't so bad that she's got to go and grab the 24/7 championship out the trash, have we? Eva Marie will return next week. I hope not. There's definitely some things in my life that I don't need, and that would be one. We don't need Eva Marie. Surely even Triple H won't do that. I don't know. Is this one that people are down on? I genuinely don't mind this. I think that he's a good, credible superstar. He's not someone that I'm crazy about, but I'm honestly all right with this. Bronson Reed versus Wrestling Days. Bucket Vince. Oh, that's right. You can't. Silly Vince McMahon. Vin is going to be back full-time running the show, said Warrior. Bar Humbug. Eva Marie is eye candy. Keep the woman out the wrestling ring. Well said. Did Reed come back? He did, yes. He did. He came back, and everyone loves it. Everyone is fully behind it, and they're crazy into it. Bronson Reed lives in the USA. He's going to put his hands up and play that song, Butterflies Fly Away. Yeah. Bronson Reed in the USA. Right. We're still underway with this match between Sami Uso and AJ Styles. AJ Styles in control. AJ colliding hard into Sami there. He's got Sami up on his shoulders. He's trying to go for a suplex. Sami, net breaker. It was reversed there by AJ as a net breaker came in. Had a busy half an hour or so, haven't we? What with everything that's been going on. Helps The Miz beat Dexter Lumis. Nice. So just put this link up on Twitter, and then we can change over the thing on screen. I think, are we going to commercial break? Both guys are on the outside. Nope. AJ grabbing Sami, chucking him into the ring. Right, bang, bang. It's not Miz Dexter anymore. It's AJ versus Sami Uso. Oh! I thought that AJ had botched that then, but actually Sami had knocked the ropes. But I thought AJ had botched it. And now we go to commercial break. I know who's going to return next week, said Austin. It's going to be CM Punk. Dave, do you think we get Sami versus Roman at the Rumble? There could. I don't think so. I don't know that Roman's going to be in the Rumble. And even if they were, I don't think Sami would fight Roman. Not unless the split has happened. Not unless the split has already happened. And who knows, maybe it will have by then. But I'm going to lean towards no. I mean, you could, because there are rumors that they're going to have a match in February. So you might want to, they might have turned on each other by the time we get to the Rumble. So there's a chance. But I'm going to lean towards no, because I don't even know if Roman's in it. Rock returns to stop the Bloodline, said Warrior Hit. Ledge Killer said, we're at commercial break, and he is telling the truth. He is telling the truth. Okay. Bronson Reed returns. Trent says, if the ladder match or this one doesn't main event, then what will? It's going to be a massive third hour. Well, there's rumors going around about Seth being in the main event and the Usos. So it could be something like that. Boomer said, Arn Anderson returns to WWE with his clock. You're thinking of the boogeyman there, buds. You're thinking of the boogeyman. The boogeyman always had a clock, not Arn Anderson. Maybe that's his new gimmick. Perhaps he walks around with a clock. I have no idea. Rumors are it's going to be Kevin Owens and Roman at the Rumble, said G Money Slayer. Who is telling the truth about what, says John? It's a great question, John. And that's a question we should all ask in this day and age. Miz against Wrestling Days. Well, I'd need someone to back me up now. Because someone's going to have to deal with Bronson Reed. So I can take on The Miz. But one of you guys is going to have to watch my back and deal with Bronson Reed. So good luck with that. There should be 20 minutes left. We need to riot at the headquarters, said Braden. I want The Miz and Johnny Drip Drip, said Marcus. Becky versus Bayley could be the main event. That's true. Steve said WrestleMania main event will be a Bray Wyatt segment the way they're dragging this out now. Yep, and I bet we still don't know the identity of Uncle Howdy. We'll still be sat here in like 20 weeks' time going, who is Uncle Howdy? Who is this person? Perhaps we'll never know. Perhaps we'll find out when Bray retires. Uncle Howdy will then finally remove the mask and then it'll turn out to be Linda McMahon or someone. That'd be great. Turns out to be someone that none of us predicted. Shot coming in there by Sami. We are back. Bronson resides in the US, said Dro. Days, I've missed most of the stream, but I hope you're having a great evening, said Ryan Gambler. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. We've had a big return in Bronson Reed. We had an interesting Alexa Bliss segment. Now we've got AJ Styles against Sami Uso. Plants him too. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Sami Zayn. Who's Sami Zayn? Sami Zayn. Right, we've got AJ looking for the Styles Clash. He's trying to get the Styles Clash on Sami Uso. AJ goes back. Sami's out there on his own, you know. There's no Usos or Solo. Honorary Uso is having to deal with AJ Styles on his own. Big boot there by Sami. Sami trying to pick up. Ooh, that was like a brain buster. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Damn. Fun. Look at this. Picks up AJ. Swear that move used to be banned. I swear that move wasn't allowed. Picks him up and drives him down. Sami Uso. Mankind is going to be Uncle Howdy. Right, he's got AJ. Big shot coming in there by Sami. Talking trash to AJ Styles. Boom, big shot. And again, AJ being driven back. Blocks it. Forearm strike. Quick strikes. Back elbow. Big boot there by Sami. Pele kick by AJ. Sami goes down. Nice. Kind of getting the impression AJ is genuinely trying to hurt Sami. Like everything has got a snap to it, said Undercover Manager. Howdy is Vince, says Beaker. Cypher said Uncle Howdy is the roommate of Lord Helmet from Spaceballs. Oh. Not Sami Zayn, it's Sami Uso, said David. Uncle Howdy is Nicholas, says Trent. Bum, bum, bum. Gilbert is Uncle Howdy. AJ, Exploder into the corner. And he's going to go for the haluva. Sami is over in the corner looking for the haluva. Getting ready to charge over. Deliver this big kick. Sami in position. Haluva. Roll through by AJ. Calf crusher. Calf crusher applied. Sami's teasing that he's going to tap. He went for a haluva. He ends up into a calf crusher. Oh, it does look nasty, you know. It does look brutal. Sami grabs the rope. Grabs the rope. Sami is down. There's a few boos raining down here for AJ. There's Solo. Some of the crowd are wanting Sami to win this. Here is Solo. Roll up, bite. Sami. Kick out. Solo's coming down the steps. Nice. Chin breaker. Charging over. Boot there by AJ. AJ with a forearm strike. AJ. Jumping down, going over to Solo. Solo jumping over. Sami is coming over. Sami going over to AJ. Sami with AJ. AJ driving Sami face first into the ring steps. Driving Sami into the commentary table. AJ having... Where's Gallows and Anderson? Why is Sami having to worry about Solo Sikoa? Solo throws in a heavy blow. Sami's going to pick the bones. Blue Thunderbomb connects. 1, 2, 3. Sami Uso wins. Sami Uso wins thanks to Solo Sikoa. That was all right. Uncle Howdy is Kevin Nash rehashing Oz, says Funky Fresh. The similarity is definitely there. There's just a lack of green. Adam Pearce has come out. He's going mental at Sami. He's not happy. He's not happy with Sami there. No, there's green. There's a load of green. We're in a corridor. There's a big green light on as Seth freaking Rollins is making his way down this corridor. The visionary. The visionary next. Next. The visionary. Are you kidding me? It's time to run it back. Relive the greatest moments. Relive the greatest moments. Raw, the absolute best of 2022 next week. Raw, the absolute best of 2022. There'll be a lot of pay-per-view stuff on that by the looks of it. They showed us Brock in the tractor, and they showed us a lot of different things. OC are terrible friends. That is something we've learned today, Austin. That is something we have learned today. Maybe Oldberg is Uncle Howdy. Sami actually won with the Blue Thunderbomb. Uncle Howdy is Waylon Mercy, if not, I mean. The Grinch. Adam Pearce is willing to fire Bibby, but not the Bloodline. It doesn't make any sense. We need Wrestling Days versus Imposter Days at WrestleMania 39, said Legend Killer. Okay. Are you auditioning for the role of Imposter Days, Legend Killer? Is that what this is? Is that what this is? I forgot next week was the best of. Best of. I'm actually not going to be here next week. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a best of Wrestling Days. So that basically means there won't be a stream. So I'm just putting that out there now. And also, none of that is true. I am actually here next week because some of us have to work on Boxing Day. Yeah, some of us don't get to just spend an endless amount of time with our family. So shame on the wrestlers. Shame on the wrestlers. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Shame on the wrestlers. Days, how are you tonight? I'm good. Dutch is uncle, said Eduardo. Best of 2022. That'll be short. Hang on. Gaming in real time said we should do a past Rumble next week instead of watching that silly Raw. Well, we'll probably watch the silly Raw, in all fairness. We will probably watch the silly Raw because there will be plenty of people that have got nothing else to do but watch that silly Raw. And we'll be here for them. So I could see us doing that. But maybe we do a retro watch along on Saturday this week. I don't know. We'll definitely do Summer on Saturday. And there is no UFC. So I don't know. Maybe we do a WrestleMania, you know. It's been a while since we did a WrestleMania. I do not want to watch WrestleMania 35, though. That was like 7 hours. We ain't doing that. It's Christmas Eve. Is there like a 1 hour WrestleMania? Don't know. We'll have a look at it. What are your thoughts on Ringside Fest Night 1? I haven't seen. I don't know. I haven't seen. Was that today? Was that today on a Monday? 1 Minute Wrestler said, who wants a shout out in my video? Let me know. There you go, guys. If you want a shout out, let 1 Minute Wrestler know. Where is Theory? Good question. Where is Theory? We might see him. Still got an hour. Christmas movie, because it's Christmas Eve. WrestleMania 35. Definitely not WrestleMania 35. Defo. I actually don't know what we've done and what we haven't. I feel like we probably should do one that we haven't done, to be honest. I like that question, said Legend Killer. Okay. Angelo said the Usos were revealed to have an Ultimate Edition 2-pack. Oh. I haven't seen... I didn't know that was today. That's how out the loop I've been. A 2-pack for... here's Seth freaking Rollins. Wrestling figure news. I like those guys. Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels Funko. That's nice. Sami and the Giant Mousetrap. I'll tell you what, I might even, rather than me looking at them, just shouting out what I'm looking at, I might be able to show you. Burn it down, everybody. Burn it down. Here we go. We can look at these together while Seth makes his way down. So here's one image. Sami and the Giant Mousetrap from WrestleMania. Oh, Usos. That's the Usos. They look cool. Don't know how much that's going to be. 2 Ultimate Edition figures together. SummerSlam Elite J Uso. Okay. SummerSlam. Is that... Oh, Elite Top Picks Jimmy Uso. Okay. Nice. Plenty of Usos. Here's a short behind-the-scenes video of AEW. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's really cool. Look at that. So making a tiny little... What? That's mental. Oh, that's such a good idea. That's mental. Oh, well done. Well done. Who's that? Dwayne Shoots Toys. That is amazing. That is such a clever idea. That's sick. Guys, if you want to see any more of that, check out this Dwayne Shoots Toys. Quote tweet. This is amazing. Love it. That's amazing. I don't know if there's anything else we need to... That's amazing. That's one of the best things I've seen today. Right. Here is Seth Rollins. He's back, baby. Hey, baby. Great to see Vlismas trees. Merry Vlismas. Seth Rollins. Bang. Miss Cloud said I'd prefer him in colour. I've got a message for the UC boys. He's sending a message to the UC boys. Roman. Mondays don't belong to you. Roman, Mondays don't belong to you. They belong to the visionary, to the revolutionary. They belong to Seth freaking Rollins. A-Town. A-Town down. Here's Theory. Roman, Mondays don't belong to you. Here's Theory. Theory is so much better now, isn't he? So much better. Love what he's wearing. Love the attitudes. He feels like the young main event star that we've always pictured him being. Here's Theory. Oh, day. Oh, day. Austin Theory is here. He is. And he looks great. Booze. Booze for Theory. Smile on the face of Theory. Brock might show up to confront Seth and Theory, said Dro. I think there's "you suck" chance. Just so I'm clear, he sucks, yeah? Yep. Nothing belongs to you, said Austin Theory. You. You was the one that said this is the title. So putting that into perspective. The champ is here. The champ is here. Oh, that's an original line, Theory. Well done. The Austin Theory era. The Austin Theory era is forever. If anyone is interested, it's now 17-6 Green Bay over LA. Help me. I need Dr. B said, I think Theory just forgot his lines. Austin Cena is here. Merry Christmas to you too, kid. We don't want you ending up like Bobby Lashley. Only reason you're standing here is because Bobby Lashley took his frustrations out on a referee. It's good seeing these two go back and forth. You've just been lucky, Seth. You've just been lucky. Austin Theory said Seth has just been lucky. He's so good. His delivery is so good. Oh, man, I just saw the fat Brock Lesnar as well. I mean, I don't know that he is fat, but yeah, there is a dude in the front row that looks like Brock. He does suck. Crowd are chanting, you suck. Seth's like, yeah, he does suck. You suck, you suck, you suck. Finally, someone sees it. Yeah, I saw him. That's amazing. It looks just like him. You're not Mr. Selfie anymore, said Seth. You are the United States champion. Yeah. Seth is that guy where 1 minute you hate him and then he does a promo where you want to have a pint with him. There's one thing. There's one thing that means more. never be me. There's one thing that means more. You will never be me. You are not on my level. And the crowd starts singing Seth's music. You will never be me. You are not on my level. Listen to the crowd. Let it eat you up, said Seth. I see right through you. How many times have they given you the ball? And he says that he's fumbled it. How many times have they given you the ball and you fumbled it? Such a mid crowd. Yeah, the crowd weren't really getting behind that song, weren't they? Seth looks like Pep Guardiola, says Undercover Manager. I'm waiting for like a kill shot here. I'm waiting for like a line that makes you go, oh my God. That might be it. I've been to the mountaintop, said Seth. Seth says he is the mountaintop. So he calls Seth the third most successful member of the Shield. Seth is wanting a shot at the title right here, right now. He wants to go. He's caught. Here's the Usos. Here's the Usos. Usos looking moody in the crowd, man. Theory standing next to Seth. Seth can't trust Theory. Can't trust Theory, surely. Theory slowly looking like he's going to take his jacket off. Seth does. Theory puts his back on. He's going to take his belt and go, isn't he? Theory's done one. Theory's done one. Theory has done one. He's jumped out of the ring. That means that Seth is on his own. Uso's getting ready to jump in. Seth throwing some shots. Shots coming in by Seth Rollins. They're overpowering him at the moment. It's a mugging right now. So, and there's Kevin Owens' music. This is who they've been sending a message to all night. Kevin Owens finally emerging. Kevin Owens coming out on Raw. Boom. Big shots coming in by KO. Into the barricades. Kevin Owens comes out to make the save for Seth. Kevin Owens, Usos, Theory is a coward, says Jim. I like Vince made Seth as a heel when Triple H made him a face. Here comes Kevin Owens, indeed. Is right there by Seth's side. Now Adam Pearce has come running down again. Nice to see you, Kev. Kevin Owens comes down to help Seth. Let them fight, Chance. Let them fight. Let them fight. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, said Seth. Yeah. I think Des Moines wants to see the two of us kick their asses. Adam Pearce is like... Poor Adam Pearce, man. He's just not in control of the show at all, is he? Kevin Owens and Seth, tag titles. I don't think the titles are on the line. Adam Pearce makes it official. Adam Pearce makes it official. It will be Seth and Kevin Owens against the Usos tonight. Adam is struggling. KO and Sparkles against the Usi twins. Petey Williams is going to hit him with a Canadian Destroyer, said Steve. There's Becky. Hello, mate. Is Becky backstage? I don't want no more of this. I want the best version of Bayley. You and me were a lot alike. We've both been underestimated. And we both changed the game. What, Triple H? Did he need changing, did he? I did all of those things by myself, says Becky. She's cutting a promo as she's walking down this corridor. It's a weird-looking corridor. It's got, like, loads of pipes. We're in the bowels of this arena. She's saying, is it going to be one-on-one, or am I going to have to watch my back? I mean, you're going to have to watch your back, aren't you? Damage control are getting involved. Don't be silly. Don't be silly if you think that's not going to happen, Becky. Silly Billy. Here's Bayley, then. Daisy, are you feeling oozy? I'm feeling oozy, yeah. They're giving us a show that's got plenty of talking points. That's all I ever ask for. I'm a simple man. Right, here we go. Becky Lynch, Bayley. Show is full of spontaneous energy tonight for Raw, said Robs. Boiler Room Brawl, said Funky Fresh. Do you remember when we thought we were getting Adam Pearce against Roman? I still wish that match had happened, said Jay. I wish that match had happened as well. Becky and Bayley then coming up next. This should be a lot of fun if they really let them go. It should have been for the tag titles. Adam Pearce needed to confirm. There was no Bray in the back. Breaking news. Dakota is too cocky, says William. Bayley making her way down. This is our final Raw before Christmas, of course. Bayley is here. Show feels very spontaneous. Adam doesn't run things. Trips does. Actually, Steph does, says Salami. In kayfabe, though, Adam Pearce is meant to be in control. Legend Killer says commercial break. And that is true. That is another fact. We are at commercial break right now. We are at commercial break. Premier League on its way back. We just got an advert for it. Premier League returns, I believe, Boxing Day. So, World Cup is done. Boom. It's been rumoured that Sasha is coming back, says Marla. Has it, Marla? Has it? Those rumours, those types of rumours are doing the rounds, aren't they? But I don't know if there's any truth to them. Funko, right. Let's just have a quick look, because we never really got a chance to finish, did we, what we were looking at? Look at these Funkos here. Look, we've got Brett and Sean. That's nice. WrestleMania ring. Old school WrestleMania ring. Then we've got, that's pretty cool, WrestleMania 9. I wonder why WrestleMania 9? 2-pack with pins. That's a GameStop exclusive. Glows in the dark. Bam Bam Bigelow. Bam Bam. I feel like they could have made him a bit chunkier. Bam Bam. Boom. Oh. That's nice. That's nice. Target early reveal. Target Con. WrestleMania 3. Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan. That's pretty sweet. I like that. I like that. So there's that. That's amazing. Premium figures. Jeff Jarrett figures. Dynamite Kid. Oh. That's nice. Roman. Paul Heyman. Look at the Brock. Look at the Brock figure, man. That's amazing. That Brock figure looks just like him. With the shirt and everything. Heyman's face scan is fantastic. The Roman's all right. I don't mind the Roman. It's all right. I like the shirt. But the Heyman face looks so good. And the Brock shirt and everything. That's a nice set, that is. That's a nice set. I really like that. December 17th. I think we're going back a few days now. Is that different? Yeah, that's white and black. That one's yellow and black on the sides. That's pretty cool. Amazon exclusive. Supposed to arrive before the 23rd. You might not see an update in the Amazon account. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, it was Amazon exclusive. Johnny Gargano figure. I don't know if there was anything else shown. I mean, it doesn't really look like there was much shown, to be honest, from Ringside Fest. Got a couple of things there, and Usos and that Sami one. That looks like it's it. What the hell are them? Squishmallows? What the hell's a Squishmallow? Don't know what that is. Scares me. Right. We are in the ring with Bayley. Cackling away. I want it, but I don't think I'm going to pay $65, said Jay. Would you put John Cena in your top 5 greatest WWE wrestlers of all time? Probably not. Probably just outside. I think he makes my top 10, top 15. But, like, I don't know, man. Are you putting John Cena over Undertaker? Probably not. Are you going to put him over Stone Cold and The Rock? Are you putting him over Triple H? Are you putting him over Shawn? Are you putting him over Brett? Are you putting him over Hulk Hogan? Are you putting him over Andre the Giant? Putting him over Bruno Sammartino or Ultimate Warrior or Macho Man Randy Savage? It's tough, innit? I reckon I could find 5 that I could put ahead of John. You should do a In Your House watch along, said Hawkins Jr. Mabes. Scripts, and scripts, says Hawks. Alexa is the lady that had a mask over her face when Bray returned at Extreme Rules. What, the one that was Sister the one that was like Abby, the witch thing? I mean, I don't think so. But they could always make out that she was. Right, here we go. Bayley and Becky. I've put Becky Lynch down in the bit below in case you get confused about which Becky it is. This is Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch. Becky chants by the crowd. I don't know what she's doing. Gyrating away. Round the back of Bayley. Bayley with a couple of back elbows. 2 horsewomen going at it. Man, this is such a massive match. So weird that it's not even the flipping main event of this show. This is a massive match. This is like a WrestleMania match right here. Undeniably. This could be a WrestleMania main event if you book it right. You wouldn't be surprised if Becky and Bayley main evented night 1 of WrestleMania. Forearm strike to the back there by Bayley. Bayley grabbing the head of Becky. Bayley are going against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. Down goes Becky. Scripts, strips on ships for potato chips. That'd be a wild episode of NXT. Here we go. Bayley and Becky circling round. We're into the final 40. We're into the final 40. Over in the corner, in between the legs there of Becky. Nice going round the back. Bayley doesn't even know where she is. Becky goes over the top. 1. Kick out. Hit to the side of the head there by Becky. Why is Corey Graves going on about the European world of sport style? Against the ropes goes Bayley. Arm drag there. Showing off the guns. Not a main event at WrestleMania without a title being involved, said Justin. I don't know, I really don't know. I feel like if the build was right, you could do it. Becky's one of the biggest women in the history of WWE. Bayley is a woman that can absolutely be in a main event. You might want a title with Bayley, but I don't think you need one with Becky. If this was a grudge and it was built up properly, these are two of the biggest women WWE have ever had. Could they main event WrestleMania if it was just one night? Don't know. I think I'd agree with the title being involved then, but I think you could do it without. I really think just night one of WrestleMania. Really think you could do that without a title. But the booking would have to be good. The booking would have to be strong. You'd have to really have like Bayley terrorizing Becky, like even going around a house and all this kind of stuff, and arguing over who the best horsewoman is, and all of this. Actually, maybe you could even do it whereby they have a match arguing about who the best horsewoman was, and then use that to bring Charlotte back, maybe. Have Charlotte come back at the end of it and have a moment where all three of them are in the ring. Shame that you wouldn't be able to have Sasha. In fact, that's something I've never really thought about, If Sasha leaves, I don't think we ever got the four of them in a fatal four-way on the main roster. I could be wrong, but I cannot remember Becky, Bayley, Charlotte, and Sasha in a fatal four-way on the main roster. If we never did that match, and I don't think we did, then that is such a missed opportunity. We did it down in NXT. It's at a takeover. It's one of the first NXT matches I ever see, because the WWE Network was a bit late coming to the UK. And I remember there being a takeover show that was Sasha versus Becky versus Charlotte versus Sasha. And I don't know, it just seemed like a no-brainer. We would do that on the main roster, and I don't think we ever did. That's crazy. If we never get that now, that's crazy. That's a real missed opportunity. Becky or Charlotte is the best of the four horsewomen, said Austin. Oh, I would say Becky was the biggest. I would say Bayley's the one I've enjoyed the most. I would say Charlotte is the most decorated. And I would say that Sasha was the most popular. I think they all bring something different. And then when they join up, they bring all of their special abilities together and they create this monster faction. Now, how we never got a faction to go up against the four horsewomen as well. So much money left on the table with the four horsewomen. How we never got four horsewomen having to take down this evil faction. I have no idea. Imagine them four together in a Survivor Series match. Would have been so good. I think there was maybe a bit of drama, though. I think that Becky and Charlotte really don't like each other anymore. So I think there was a little bit of, legit falling out. So, don't know. They were always just kept apart on different brands, weren't they? Because they're really too powerful to be on the same brand at the same time. So that's why we've had to, have them separated. So... Becky versus Ronda and Belair versus Flair, said Excellence of Execution. Four Horsewomen was only in NXT. Such a shame. What is your favorite WWE hairstyle of all time? It's probably just got to be big, long hair, hasn't it? I'm thinking about, the Warrior. He just had, all this, he had, this lion's mane, didn't he? That was always, really big. Always had great volume to it as well, It wasn't just loads of hair. It had, real volume. I wonder what he did to do that. Might be a style I go for next year, to be honest. But long hair was always, the in thing. It's not so much anymore. But lots of male wrestlers used to have long hair in wrestling. You can't beat Big Dom's hair. The slick back look. I mean, no wonder there's like, a fuel shortage. It's all going into his hair. He's getting loads of diesel grease. Slicking it back. Into the corner goes Becky. Suplex by Bayley. What are your plans for Christmas? I ain't really got any, to be honest. Christmas Day is going to be a bit dull here because my dad won't be around. So my brother's coming over. So we'll probably have something to eat. Watch a bit of Christmas TV. That's it. I mean, honestly, it's really going to be very dull. So yeah, not much to it. Not much to it. But then 28th, I think we've got a lot of family coming around. 28th is a problem. I think that's a Wednesday. So I won't be able to stream on the 28th, unfortunately. That's the only day that we can't really do anything on. Christmas Eve, we're doing stuff. Christmas Day is the Sunday. We don't tend to do anything on that day anyway. Boxing Day, we're here for Raw. We'll be here on the Tuesday for NXT. The Wednesday I can't do because that is the day my family come round. But that's it then. That's it. So, yeah, I hope people have got some fun, special plans. Big shots here by Becky. You have to let us know in the chat, what are you hoping for Christmas? I'm actually not after anything. There's not a single thing that I want this Christmas. Which is nice, actually. Just a day off. But there's nothing that I'm after. Is anyone out there after something tasty? PS5, maybe? Becky going over, grabbing Bayley. Becky 2 belts. Trey said, I'm the same. Lazy, said Steve. Miss Clown wants more baby oil. 3 points on Boxing Day. Nice. I like that. The 3 Alexa Bliss Funkos that came out this year. I hope you get them, Alexa Bliss Gamer. Anything exciting? Yeah, it's been an all right show, actually. J14 wants a guitar. Acoustic or electric? Funko Pop Simon said Wrestling Days merch. One day. Ravi says he wants Dave to shave his beard off. Dave, if you're watching, Ravi wants you to shave your beard off, mate. Is that any Dave, Ravi, or all Daves? All Daves? All Daves. We want all Daves to shave their beards off. That is quite the Christmas wish. Electric guitar, said J14. Is there one in particular? Fender, Gibson, certain style, certain brands. I want the Latino Heat Funko with a lowrider. Oh, I know that one. Yeah, that's cool. That's nice. Crowd a bit quiet for this at the moment as we've got Becky and Bayley in the middle of the ring. Backslide there by Big Time. And Bayley kicks out. Again, both women getting back up to their feet. They've got their arms linked, kick to the legs. A drone. Wow. That would be cool. Don't know if you've seen the shots of Argentina after they won the World Cup, but there was a drone that went down there. I don't know. City centre, in Buenos Aires. And it's just rammed full of people celebrating, going crazy. It's an amazing drone shot. I don't know what I'd do with a drone. I'd feel like I'd want it to have a camera on it. But, yeah, that's cool, Keaton. I hope you get a drone. What a show, said Kev Dog. All I want for Christmas is you, said John. I want a nude oil painting of Mama Days, says William. Well, she's got to do one more sitting for me, but I should have it finished for you by Christmas Eve. So, whether I can get it to you in time, I'm not sure. Jazzwares. Which products AEW figures have been purchased? You want Jazzwares figures? Steve said, I want Ria Ripley. Right, Bayley to belly. She plants Becky. 1, 2. Kick out. Thank you, Dace. You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. 4 replica belts. 4 replica belts. Jeez Louise. Kojiko. Kojiko.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
The very first text sent on the 3rd of December, 1992, simply said...
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Kojiko, shout out to you. Days, do you cook? Not really, to be honest. I'm put it in an oven kind of a guy. What does this say? 30 minutes in the oven. Okay, what do I do with these? 20 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes. I'll come back in 10 minutes. That's me cooking. What's this? 5 minutes in a microwave. Lovely. So yeah, I mean, I ain't rustling anything up from scratch. I want a replica bout, said Humble Rumble. What one is that? What was that? Diamond Dust. 1, 2. Becky, shoulder up there by Bayley. It's not a move we see from Becky very often. I tell you what, they're really going for this, in all fairness to them. Crowd are very quiet, though. Crowd are just... Crowds do make a big difference. Bayley using the ropes. Oh, the referee saw. She tried to cheat, but the referee saw. Cheeky Bayley. What is she like, eh? Damage control grabbing Bayley, dragging her out of the ring. Becky going against the ropes. Baseball slides into Bayley. Bayley goes down. Becky grabbing a... What is that? What has she got? What is it? I don't even know what she's grabbed. She's grabbed something. Referee telling Damage Control, you're out of there! You, and you, and you, and you, you're out of there! Gone. Dakota actually gets in the ring, gets stomped on by Becky. Get out the ring, Dakota. Oh, she gets hit in the back by Bayley. Bang. Bayley, 1, 2, 3. Bayley gets the dub. Bayley gets the dub. Bayley plants Becky. Picks up the dub. The sweet, sweet dub. Did she just say, I beat the man? I beat the man. She's pointing and laughing at someone. I'm guessing that's a Becky fan. There we go. The man loses. Right, Seth freaking Rollins, Kevin Owens versus the Usos. Our main event. Coming up next. That had been a great match. Shame the crowd was so quiet. Karen steals it. I've only got one replica, and my bank account hated me for it. I have the WWE Red Universal and NXT North American replica belts. Potential for new content, introducing microwaving days. What do I do in that? Microwave things. Just different things in a microwave. That channel must already exist. Brad said, I will be uploading my second video of top 10 wrestlers. My first was dumpster diving. Okay. We need more toy hunts, said Angelo. Yeah, I was pleased I managed to get one through before Christmas. There will be more next year. I mean, I want that Andre the Giant, so... I don't know, is 100 out now, actually? Is Elite 100 out in stores? Let's have a look. Smith's. If I was a toy. That's Smith's, that is. If I was a toy. Let's have a look at the Smiths. Smiths. What are you selling? Ooh, Street Fighter cabinet. Lovely. If I was a toy. Let's go WWE. They are selling Brock and a forklift. Elite 97 and Moss. The Rock Greatest Hits Elite. Xavier. 96 Hogan. 97 Chainsaw Charlie. That's cool. That's nice. 97. 97 is the only ones I can see. Or the latest. 97 Lily and Alexa. Bron Breaker. Top picks. Elite 96. Elite 95. Ultimate Warrior. Greatest Hits. Bam Bam. That's a great looking figure. That wasn't in the shops when I went in. That's a shame. Bam, bam. Boom. Sensational Sherry. Fiend. $14.99 for the Fiend now. Indy Hartwell. Haven't seen Indy Hartwell in stores yet. I think 97 is where we are, to be honest. I can't see anything here that's beyond 97. Look at that. You can actually get Elite 90 Bronson Reed. That's amazing. Now that he's back for a 10 quid. Guys, you know the guy that debuted tonight? You can get him for 10 quid, an Elite in Smith's. I bet they ain't got any in stock. But Bronson Reed figure right there. That's amazing. 94, 92. Yeah, I don't think... but 97 is where we're at, I think. I don't think we've even got to 98 yet. Here in the UK. You might be at 98 in America. Oh, there's 98. Randy Orton. Here they are. Finn Balor. Rick Boogs. There's a few 98s. Few 98s there. Finn Balor. The Rick Boogs looks good with the guitar. That looks good. Is there any others? I bet it's just 90. There's loads. Yeah, that's it. That's it in Smith's. If I was a toy. America are just getting 99. It looks like I don't know if we're just getting 98, but we're up to 98. That is actually the website that they use in the shops as well. If ever you go up to the counter and say, excuse me, have you got this in stock? They just go to the website and look, that's their stock checker as well. So if it's not there, it's not in shops. Right, we are going back then. 24 minutes to go. Will Undertaker wrestle again? Don't know. Don't think so. But never say never. Steve said, I forgot about Boogs. America getting 99. Cynthia, shout out to you. See people sending their sympathy to you, but I didn't catch what that was for. But Cynthia, hope you have a Merry... Cynthia!
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas.
That was for Cynthia. No one else but Cynthia, that one. Undertaker Deadman show. Yeah, that's coming up. Right. We're backstage with Seth. Getting the tape on his wrist. Here's Kevin Owens. We're back at it, you and me. It's been a long time. We were a decent team. It's because you tried to steal my WrestleMania spot. Do you remember that? The Stone Cold thing, and you wanted that spot. Do you remember? Seth's like, no, I don't know. That wasn't me. Kevin Owens is like, I'm 100% sure it was you. It's mute. Tonight's about one thing. It's about beating the hell out of the Bloodline. And you and I can do that very well. Seth cackles. I like where your head's at. Still got that laugh, says Kevin Owens. Seeing them two backstage, that's fun. That's fun. Do you think that Edge and Beth will return at the Rumble? Could do. There are rumours that the January 2nd show is going to be big. I don't know if you've seen that rumor, but apparently they're looking at making the January 2nd Raw, is it? Or SmackDown? One of them. Apparently they're looking to make that a really big show, which does make sense if you think that we're not doing day one. You might as well make some around that time big. So we've got the 30th that's got John Cena, but I think that's the SmackDown. And then does that mean that the 2nd is Raw? Apparently they're both going to be big. They say The Fiend never forgets, but honestly, Kevin Owens is the one that truly never forgets. Maybe he is The Fiend. Did you think about that? Did you think that maybe he is The Fiend? January 2nd is Raw. Okay, well, maybe we get Edge back there then. There we go. Main event time. Why isn't there a Panda Express function pop? A Panda Express function pop. Probably is, isn't there? I think they've done pops. I think they've done pops of me and all of you, haven't they? I'm pretty sure everyone's got a pop by now. Why aren't they doing day one? I actually don't know why they're not doing day one. I don't know the reason for it. I can only imagine it wasn't a big success. I don't know. Eva Marie could be coming back to WWE. She changed her Twitter to WWE Superstar, and Sean Ross Sapp said we're not done with WWE returns. Yes, but then we got Bronson Reed. I don't think Triple H is going to make that mistake. Anyone remember Pineapple Express? The movie? You might be onto something, said Austin. Thank you. Your screen is blinking. My screen is blinking. Oh my God. Why is the screen blinking? Did you see the new Ultimate Edition Andre? No. It's coming next year. Pictures leaked today. The ringside video comes in the next few days. No, I've just been down that website as well. The Twitter account for Wrestling Figure News. Didn't see anything there, so I don't know where that leak is. If you've got it, feel free to send it over. Let's have a look. I'm very interested in that. I've been waiting for an Ultimate Edition Andre. Wrestling Figure News source. No. Andre the Giants. Andre the Giants. Nice WrestleMania basic. Just loads of pictures. Dun, dun, dun. Nope. Haven't seen it, buds. Why did Mandy get released? She was doing risky images, which I understand WWE were not comfortable with. And so that was that. Bray Wyatt is going to snap on SmackDown and attack official, said Jay Ray. Vince is fired. They aren't doing day one because it's the 2nd, so it'll be day 2 this year. Chelsea Green, Matt Cardona, and Chris Masters will all be in the Rumble, said Bonkers. How do you feel about Mandy, said Famous DJ. I thought she was all right. I wasn't crazy about her. I thought she was all right. I think that they had invested a lot into her, but she wasn't someone that I was, like, crazy about. I can't remember her matches being, like, fantastic or her promos being stellar. So, but she was all right. They'd invested a lot of time in her. WWE didn't like seeing Mandy's roses. Do you think Dominic will ever go back to tag with his dad? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Right, we are about to get KO and Seth Rollins coming out. Time is slipping away from this Raw. We've only got 17 minutes left, and it is time for the main event. It is time for the main event. Days love the fan time version of Mandy Rose. Big fan. Big fan. A lot of people ask me who my favourite wrestler is, and the answer is fan time Mandy Rose. John Cena and Kevin Owens against Roman Reigns and Sami Zayn 1 week from Friday. SmackDown. Happy New Year. I've tweeted at you. Thank you. Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this together, shall we? Dun, dun, dun. Let's go. Notifications. Dun, dun, dun. How do I feel about that? I like the body. What accessories is it going to come with, though? I think it's so hard to get good-looking Andre heads. I sort of like the Andre head, but like the one in the middle with the open mouth, that doesn't do it for me. And the little smirky one as well. I like the one that's on the body, and I don't mind the one on the right. The two in the center don't really look quite right to me. Don't know. And I don't know what accessories you put with it. If it's just that, it'd feel a bit lacking. Andre is really hard to make, like, in figure form. But I think that looks pretty good. Don't know. I don't know if it's one that I would wait for. I'm probably quite happy with the Elite 100 that's coming out. I'll probably just get that. But I'll be interested to see if that comes with anything else. See what other accessories that comes with. Tell you what, this has not been a stream full of lols, but it's been an interesting stream. We've had a look at lots of different figures and bits and bobs that are out there. And obviously we've had Bronson Reed come back. We had the Alexa segment. It's a nice little match there between Becky and Bayley. And now with time running out, we're underway with our main event as Kevin Owens and Seth Rollins come out. And we are up and running with the Usos versus Seth and Kevin Owens. Did you hear about Edge, Demon Balor at Hell in a Cell? We spoke about it before. I think the only accessories that fit might maybe be bags of money, said Undercover Manager. Yeah. Has anyone got a favourite wrestler that isn't one of the most popular wrestlers? I've always liked Mr. Perfect, said Hawkins Jr. Let me know your answers. I'm interested. That's a good question. To you lot, what's your favourite wrestler that's not a popular wrestler? Not like a Cena or a Roman or an Undertaker. Someone that was maybe a bit more around the mid-card. Back elbow by Seth. Cody is coming back at the Rumble, said Justin. I tweeted you the new Rhea, Theory, and Gunther. We can have a look at those. There is Rhea. Gunther. It's not much to the Gunther. Theory. That's good, but it's not where his character is right now, is it? They've gone for big expressions, though, haven't they? And there's the Chase as well. Is this all in a video, you say? Is it a leaked video that's coming out? Bang. Giant Machine Head would have been a good extra, said Wrestle with Andy. People saying RVD, Molly Holly, Bam Bam Bigelow, the Great Kabuki, Max Moon. Seth's on the outside. Kevin Owens is down in the ring. Steve Blackman, said David. The Red Rooster. Hey, do you want to know something I'm really excited about? I'm really excited about something I read on The Observer. I'll bring it up here. This won't mean much to anyone, but I'm excited. Here's The Observer. And where was it? Here. New content has been added to the network. 10 episodes of WWF Championship Wrestling have been uploaded, right? This is 10 episodes of Championship Wrestling. It was WWF's first syndicated TV show. So it was their first proper, like, weekly show. And it ran from 1971 to 1986. Now, I think I've only ever seen a couple of... I don't even know if I've watched whole episodes. But I've seen clips from that show. But it ran for 15 years. And it's all... Well, not all of it, but most of it is pre-WrestleMania. It gives you a real insight into WWE before WrestleMania, before, like, you know, in the 70s, before Hulkamania and everything. And they've put 10 episodes up. Sadly, all 10 episodes are from 1980, which is still not bad. Still not bad. I mean, that's still a lovely glimpse, like, you know, 5 years before the first WrestleMania. Anything that's pre-WrestleMania is really interesting to me. Really, really interesting because we just don't get much of that content. But here you can see, like, January 12th, 1980, Hulk Hogan, he would have been a heel then, battles Angelo Gomez and Johnny Rivera in a handicap match. Ken Patera, Dominic DeNucci, Bruno Sammartino faces Larry Zbyszko, and Intercontinental Champion Pat Patterson takes on Jose Estrada. I cannot wait to see that. But yeah, I was looking at this, I was like, man, you've got this weird mix of names that you know and then names that aren't very familiar with. You know, you've got the likes, as we said, of Bruno Sammartino, Andre the Giant, Hulk Hogan, Tito Santana, Ivan Putski, Larry Zbyszko, Tony Atlas. But then there's, like, I don't know, Charlie Brown, Steve King, Mike Masters. I don't know these people. I'm actually really excited about this. I don't know when that stuff goes on though. Is it on now? Have been uploaded. So I think they're up now. 10 episodes. They're all 45 minutes long. My hope is that they'll put more up from the 70s because they must have them all. It's... You would think everything would be on the network now, but it's not. I don't know why not as well. But, like, not everything is on the network. They've got so much stuff that's not on there. So I'm really excited about that. I want to check out some of those. I'm really excited about the Bruno against Larry Zbyszko ones. So, yeah, good. We need a stream for vintage episodes. Could be fun. Usos charging over. We've got 9 minutes to go. Owen Hart was a big favourite of mine, said Undercover Manager. I liked High Voltage. I was a fan of WCW Saturday Night, said Funky Fresh. Right, we've got Kevin Owens trying to make the tag over to Seth. Tag. Both guys coming in. Two fresh people, Jay and Seth. Over against the ropes goes Seth. Sling blade by Seth. We got Jay back in one corner. We got Seth over in the other. Does anyone know if Kairi Sane is back or did she retire? Kairi Sane's over in New Japan. So she's the women's champion over there. So she's not back. I always love Coco Beware. The Birdman. Bird with Frankie. Yeah, he was always a bit of a jobber, to be honest. I don't really remember them doing anything with Coco. And he went in the Hall of Fame, which sort of really surprised me, but he was fun. You know, in that era where you've got, like, all these big gimmicks and everything, him coming down with Frankie, I mean, it was certainly one of the things I first remember when I first started watching wrestling. Strike there by Seth. Both the Usos in the ring. Seth going up top, perched. And crossbody there by Seth. Down go the Usos. Tag. In comes Kevin Owens. Owens going up top. Owens is looking for a frog splash. Super kick on the outside as Seth goes down. Bobby Lashley is now the same age as Andre was when he passed away. That's amazing. That's amazing. I didn't know that. Wrestle with Andy. That's a great fact. Oh, Sunday Night Heat was it for me, said Shaquem. Yeah, I don't even know if those are on there. I'd love it if they put up all those championship wrestlings from the 70s and you could really just dig through them and just learn like loads of stuff. Like without being able to watch that stuff, like it's so hard to learn about that stuff. I'd love to watch that era. I'd love to dig into the 70s. My knowledge of the 70s is really poor. But then what is there out there on the 70s? You know the champions and you see clips on YouTube, but being able to sit down and watch like the shows. There's not even like WrestleMania goes back that far, so you can't even get that kind of a spotlight, that kind of a, do you know what I mean? Even that would shine a torch as to what was happening at the time. Here's Solo. Big shot there by Jimmy Uso. We got the OC brawling on the outside. So we got the OC out there. We've got brawls everywhere. Over the top goes Jay. Down goes Gallows and Anderson. Against the ropes goes Seth. He goes over the top. He comes down on Solo and Jay. Ernest the Cat Miller said undercover manager. Boom. Stomp. Curb stomp. Jey Uso stomped down. Jimmy is in the ring with Kevin Owens. Forearm strike there by Jimmy. He's going to look for a superplex. He's climbing up. Shots coming to the midsection. And again, who's that? Oh, Theory. Theory wallops Seth. From the crowd, Theory gets involved. Hits Seth with the United States Championship. We're left with Kevin Owens and Jimmy Uso in the ring. Where's Sami? We are down to one-on-one, but where's Sami? Brock Lesnar on the outside in the crowds. Headbutt coming in there by Kevin Owens. Charges over, super kick by Jimmy. Owens down, gets rolled over. 1, 2... Shoulder up by Kevin Owens. Shoulder up by Kevin Owens. My mid-card favourite was Dean Malenko, said James. Dean Malenko is good, said Cynthia. OC, Solo Sikoa. Hacksaw, Jim Duggan, Virgil. Screaming Norman Smiley, said Justin. Ultimo Dragon, says Funky Fresh. Jimmy in position. Tries to stomp down. Kick to the midsection. Goes for a stunner. No joy. Super kick by Jimmy. Super kick by KO. He's got Jimmy looking for a pop-up. Nope, can't get it. Duck underneath. Pop-up. Power bomb. 1, 2, 3. Kevin Owens wins. Kevin Owens and Seth Rollins get it done. Wow, the Usos lose. The Usos, the tag champs, lose. Statement made, statement sent. Yeah. Kevin Owens is still standing on Monday nights. Yeah, it's true. They sent this Bloodline group over. Roman did to send a message to Kevin Owens, but it's Kevin Owens that ends Raw standing tall. And Roman Reigns is not going to appreciate that. He's not going to appreciate that at all. Daddle-a-dun, daddle-a-dun. Tribal Chief is not going to be happy. Nope. What do you score? WWE Raw. Will you play games like Fortnite and Apex and COD or Fall Guys? No. I've got a board game that I'm going to play on Christmas Day. That's a true story. I really got into board games. Oh, here's Sami Zayn. Sami is in the ring. Sami and Owens face to face. This is nice. What are we going to do here? What are we going to do? Kevin Owens is taking his tape off. Sami is getting out the ring. Sami gets out the ring. Kevin Owens watching Sami as he leaves. Sami goes back to Solo and Jimmy. It was an interesting little moment, wasn't it? Didn't know quite how that was going to go. I mean, I didn't expect them to embrace or anything like that. Not before this match. But didn't know if they were going to throw down. January 2nd, Austin Theory is going to defend the United States Championship against Seth Rollins. 2 weeks' time. United States Championship. So that's been announced. KO stands tall. Coming up next, Raw Talk with Bayley, Elias, and Rhea Ripley. Everyone's missing the fact Sami was not out there, says William. So many moving parts in the main event, says Adam. Definitely not going to be happy. Mae Young was gold. Right. Well, there we go. That was Raw. We've had 89 votes in. 92 votes in. Don't know where we are with... hang on, let's click on this. Let's see if we can get to the chat. Right, over 100 votes. 55% of you have scored this quite high. You've gone with 8 to 10. It's quite high. What if they kick Roman out of the Bloodline? He's never in the trenches like the other members. Oh, man, do you know what? Every time I click on YouTube now, it's a true story. Every time I click on YouTube, you've got to verify. Every time I go onto YouTube, anytime I click on YouTube, go backstage, I have to verify that it's me. It's mental. This is way too much. I don't mind like doing it like even once a day, but it's every time I go on. Super annoying. It's getting late. I'm going to go to bed. Aldi, cool. Shout out to you. Days, I met Shawn Michaels. If I had a pound for every time he looked at me, I would have had 50p. If I had a pound for every time he looked at me, I would have had 50p. Oh, so when you met him, he barely looked at you. That's what you're saying. Okay. Took me a while to work that out. I think Seth might have a genuine injury, said Undercover Manager. 8 out of 10, said Dylan. Wow, it seems like people really enjoyed it. I don't know why. I think it might be the crowds. I feel like they've tried to book a big show. It just hasn't quite come across to me as being a big show. But when I look at the matches, I go, wow, Sami against AJ, Bayley against Becky. But unfortunately, the whole thing has played out in front of a crowd that have been like really flat, really not that excited. And as a result, like the drama has been missing. Do you know what I mean? The drama's gone missing. But I think they really did try to book something big, but I don't know, it just wasn't landing with me. I don't know why. Maybe it was the crowds. I don't think it was a bad show. I'd probably say about 7.5. But it seems like a lot of you really enjoyed it, which is good. But 57% now saying 8 to 10. It's gone down well. 29% saying 7 to 7.75. 10% saying 6 to 6.75. 5.75 or below, 3%. That's where we are at the moment. 175 votes. We'll keep it going just a moment longer as we read these final comments, and then we will run away to do that review. Don't forget, the review will be up on the second channel. We do the reviews straight afterwards, and they will go up on the second channel. That will be going up probably within the next half an hour or so. I do try to get them done as quick as possible. He looked at him once with one eye, said Undercover Manager. YouTube is making sure Daze is not a robot. Honestly, I know it's like a weird thing to talk about, but I do have to verify that it is me about 6 to 8 times a day. Like, I've had to verify twice during this stream that it's me because I've uploaded some videos. Even just doing that, it said, can you please verify it's you? And then you have to send something to your phone and then select the number that's on screen to verify. It's way too much, man. If someone from YouTube is watching this, stop it. It's annoying. I don't mind doing it once a day, but flipping out, this is mental. So I'm lodging my complaint here. The crowds have been lame, said Jojo. Jay said 675. Chase John said 675. Ledge Killer says 7. Definitely at least a 9 tonight compared to other nights, said Moolah. What is your next channel? The second channel is Wrestling Days Clips. That's the second. YouTube is a bit weird lately. It doesn't even shut off the streams. Yes. Twice now the streams have not closed. And I've had people saying, you're still streaming. And I swear I closed them. I mean, I've been doing streaming how long? Why would I forget to shut down streams twice in a row? I just wouldn't. And I'm pretty sure that I've closed them down. So there is some weird stuff. There is some glitch or there's something not quite right at the moment. Yeah, I do agree. Right, that poll's not going to move anymore. And we are done. We are back tomorrow, my friends. Back tomorrow for NXT. Should be a fun NXT as well because we have got the New Day. So we should have the New Day around. They're going to be defending their titles against Briggs and Jensen. So decent looking NXT tomorrow. Then, of course, we're back on Wednesday with AEW. We will try and do something on Thursday. Definitely a member stream on Thursday. Friday, we got SmackDown. And then I think a retro watch along makes sense on Saturday. Somewhat chilled. WrestleMania, that'd be nice. Somewhat big. Big, nice stream. WrestleMania would be cool. Rumble might be fun as well. I don't know. We'll figure something out. But plenty coming up as we head towards Christmas. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. And I will hopefully see you again next time. And I am pressing end stream right now. I'm pressing it. So if this doesn't shut down, this is not my fault. All right. Bye for now.